drumroll finishers, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Brilliant! Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
And tops he's got, and Raman is on top.
Well, I thought he blocked the bullseye, but
But
what a dart that is.
John
Might have made a mate there, and look at what he's doing there. Nice 108 shot.
Well, he's now left himself double 13. A target which on first inspection looked blocked, but he finds it perfectly, dead centre of the bed. To move on to 10 points in the group and double top found with a minimum of fuss. What can he see of this tops? He's going to see next to nothing. That's a fantastic find. That's a fantastic find. Good morning, welcome along to the Modus Super Series. It's the final day's worth of action in this Group A, and Kevin Baness has a sizable lead at the top of the table. But we know that big leads are not foregone conclusions. That's why me and Scott Mitchell are still here on Wednesday, because, look, he's got to win a couple of games to get through, but it's not job done just yet, even if he's done the hard work.
No, particularly not. And if he goes out and loses the first game, you then start to get a little bit pressurised, and it then gets harder.
Well, let's have a look at the league table then, following the first 2 days' worth of play, going into Wednesday's action here. Kevin Baness with a 6-point lead from Graham Hall overnight. Alex Small in third position, the final Group B spot. And Kevin Baness, well, he was by far and away over the first 2 days of play. He was just able to get jobs done. Regardless of how he played, he managed to find ways through.
Yeah, he was doing that quick mid-80s average that makes you very difficult to beat, always gives you a chance, and he was taking the chances.
He took out some big finishes as well yesterday. And perhaps there's no surprise that he is the massive favourite with the Oz compilers to win this particular group. He's as short as 1-8 to go on and win it. Graham Hall at 5-1 to go on and win the group. Alex Wall can win the group at 100-1. Never seen that before, have we?
No, and it would be a massive surprise, so I don't see it happening.
It is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Right, it's Wednesday, which means we're going to reveal another nation for international pairs here at the Super Series. And it's going to be a third different week, a third different nation, and a third different continent. So nation number 3 is South Africa. The players that will be representing them will be announced during Saturday's programme here on Pluto TV. That will take place at the end of August here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The Netherlands we announced last week being represented by Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Trijkwart. The Canadian duo Jess Smith and Dawson Michelle will be making their debuts in this particular competition. And look, 3 different nations, Scott, 3 different continents being represented in this second international pairs. Some would say it's a bit more of an international flavour this time.
Absolutely, very global indeed, and I like the look of that. And hey, we've got so many more to announce that, yeah, it's absolutely superb.
So that will take place at the end of August, all live here on Pluto TV. But for Kevin Baness, as we mentioned overnight, he's got a 6-point lead at the top of the table. Wins this one, then he'll be within one victory because he plays Graham Hall in his second match of the session. Maybe not had the best numbers of everybody over the course of the first 2 days worth of action, but he's been the one that's been able to get the job done. He's been the one that's been able to pick up those wins irrespective of how he's played, irrespective of how his opponents have played. The 59-year-old looking to make it through to another final. Up against Will Beedham, the 40-year-old for the Midlands, making his debut in this particular competition. As far as his week is concerned, he's picked up 8 points. He's picked up a couple of wins every single day so far, so he'll be happy with that particular return. And for him, he has still got an opportunity to get into Group B. He's a couple of points off Alex Small, but he has got a fair few legs in terms of legs difference to try and make up if he is to make it into the finals on Saturday evening. Your referee, Owen Binks, always punctually is the referee for Colchester in Essex, and it is high time that we get the action underway.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
And
Game
bang
on
the money and bang on time we're underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth at 9:35 on this Wednesday morning. Kevin Baness throwing the first dart, and he'll be
41.
hoping by the end of the day he doesn't have to throw any more darts for a couple of days.
Yeah, he will be hoping that, because I think, we saw the closing end of yesterday. He had a
85.
slight tweak to his hand. I talked about him with it after the games yesterday, and he said he tweaked his hand in the morning while actually just getting off the
100.
bed. He lifted himself off the bed and he felt a crack in his right hand, a knuckle or something, and he just as the day went on
100.
yesterday, it got a little bit worse for wear. So one would guess that he could do with a couple of days off to
45.
have a little bit more recovery.
And we have seen some interesting injuries from players at the Super Series. We've seen players slip in the shower before.
21.
We've had players literally play through the pain barrier, and I can't remember who it was, but
99.
somebody literally played through to was it Sven Verdonk, the Belgian player, who tried and tried and tried, and then he got to the last game on Friday and
97.
he just couldn't carry on. He actually withdrew in his game against John Deck. But he tried, he just could not carry on. And you could see that he was in real severe pain.
Yeah, I think
85.
every darter has had some sort of injury of another, whether it's a broken fingernail right the way through to, anything. But you'll be surprised
98.
what actually
You're only back
affects your
131.
throw with injuries, and it can be a foot injury. You think, well, how does that affect your throw? Well, if it's your standing foot,
91.
it affects your throw. It can be your
Well, we
balancing
require
foot,
100.
and it affects your throw. So, yeah, any sort of ailment is not good while you're up there trying to focus on a dartboard.
60.
Well, it doesn't look like
Kevin,
it's
you require
affecting Baness
40.
so far in this particular contest. He leaves himself on top to take out the opening leg.
Game
And
shot on
Tops
the
is found
first
right
leg.
in the middle of the bed.
Kevin Baness.
Baness one up.
He has a quite a fetching shirt on today, doesn't he,
Second leg, it's Will
Baness?
to throw first. Game on.
I actually couldn't see him on first glance.
It's not that camouflage, but yeah. But I agree. It's quite nice. I quite like it.
180.
First 180 of the day, going the way of Will Beedon,
100.
who in terms of his numbers yesterday averaged 78.36 for the session. His scoring power perhaps at
100.
times lacked, and we kind of mentioned it, didn't we, during the commentary yesterday, that it felt like in a lot of games it was just a visit behind opponents.
60.
Yeah, he was. He's equipped himself quite well. There are times that he has sort of got himself a little bit lost in games, but for him on the first
60.
time here and everything, I think his throws are very positive throw. I like the way he throws, and I think we're only going to see him improve from here. Yes, he's not 17 or 18, he's 40. But, there's nothing wrong with coming
41.
to it
Will
later in life. And
161.
if he can keep playing until he's 59, the age of Kevin Baness, he's got another 20 years in him.
Well, his doubling when he did get opportunities was really, really good. 45%. That's world class, whoever you are. 11 hits from 24 attempts when he did have a go at a double yesterday. And he should get a go at a double in this particular leg because of the hefty lead he has
62.
over Kev Baness. Who, if he wins his first 2 games today, he is safe. He can then just relax the arm. He can go about his business, doesn't have to exert any unnecessary energy, and then he can
43.
enjoy a couple of days off on Thursday and Friday. But he's going to be made to work for this one, with Binan having left tops to level this game up at 1 apiece.
66, where we require.
Yeah, winner of Group A always plays the first game on a Saturday night, finals night. So
Game shot on the second leg.
although he gets a couple of days off, he will be playing first match
But I
Saturday
get
night
Kevin to
if
throw first.
that does
Game
come
on.
to the fore. Will Binan there, taking out a nice dart at tops. And as you rightly say, his double getting has been very good. And it's just a fact of if he gives himself more opportunities, he's got to score a little bit
28.
more. Like you say, he's been 1 throw behind, a couple of darts or 1 treble maybe sometimes of significance. And Will would be there. So
60.
I do like the way he throws. I do like the way his demeanour is around the board. I think anything that happens to him this week is all plus for Will Binan.
180.
Kevin Baness is a player that I think when he arrives in this building, he has hefty expectation on his shoulders. He's somebody that is very laid back. He's a laissez-faire character.
45.
But he must look at the Super Series. He must look at this tournament and think every single time I'm here, because of the level that I consistently play at, I should see myself at the thick end of competition.
57.
Yeah, and understandably, I think that's what you have to have as a dart player. There's no point in coming in and thinking you're going to come second. Nobody goes anywhere to come
100.
second. And so yeah, he has the repertoire, he has the firepower, he has everything that he needs in his armory that can see
82.
him do exactly what he wants to do.
Well, he's left himself on 154 to re-establish a 2-1 lead. What could Binan do by way of response?
100. Kevin, you require
So
154.
6 darts from here to re-establish the lead at 2-1. Not to be on this particular occasion. How handy can he leave it? 116 left.
98.
Right, that 56 left. He's going to get a couple of darts at tots when he does come back.
45. Kevin, you require 56.
So tots of Baness. Now double 10.
Game
And
shot.
double
on the
10 is
third
found,
leg.
and Baness
Kevin
moves
Baness.
into a 2-1 lead in this contest.
Fourth leg, it's Will to throw
Couple of
first.
legs away
Game on.
for moving himself on the hill. Graham Hall is in action against Pim van Bynen in the
76.
third game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. In the middle of that, sandwiched between those games, is a pivotal game potentially
60.
in the race for a Group B position come Thursday and Friday night, as Alex Small takes on Brian Raman.
95.
And I had a little chat with Brian this morning. I caught up with him outside of a very well-known bakery crossing the road, and
100.
he's in very, very fine fettle this morning, is Brian. Feeling very good about his game, feeling very good about his chances.
83.
Put yesterday down to one of those days where he knew he didn't play bad, but just things didn't quite correlate for him in terms of results. And I get the sense
41.
speaking to him this morning as well, the game between him and Alec yesterday kind of smarted with him a little bit because he led 3-0 and let that lead evaporate.
55.
Yeah, and I think that's because he feels that maybe had he won that game, it would have given him half a chance today to top the group. As it is, it's a long shot, isn't it? It's mathematically still possible, but
140.
it's a long shot for him to be able to top the group today. Everything in it is sort of in Baness's hands. He dictates his
100.
destiny
And
today.
you require 160.
So on 64, Baness, not to be on this occasion. And so Bidan's going to come back for 92 to square up at 2-2.
50. Well, we require 92.
So a chance to level it.
40. Kevin, require 110.
Well, break opportunity here. Triple 18 would have left the double, and so Binan will be back to square us up once again.
50. Well, we require 52.
Double top, and now double 10.
32.
Not to be, and so this was the opportunity that Kevin Baness was hoping
60.
to get in this leg. If he can find this 60, he'll have a 2-leg gap, and he'll then have the darts to stave off Will Bin to move within a game of winning the group.
40.
But it's not quite happening
Well,
right
you
now, is it, for
require
Kevin Baness?
20. Game shot on the fourth.
No,
leg.
offers up an opportunity
Will
to Binan, and he takes it with both hands. And
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
maybe it's an opportunity he should have took the visit before, but he'll be glad that he had a second bite at the cherry.
70.
Talking of the cherries, finished 9th in the Premier. Over the moon with that, being a Bournemouth fan.
28.
I think there's a lot of teams in that middle portion of the table that are very happy with their seasons. No more happier, no more glad all over than fans of Crystal Palace winning the FA Cup. And Bereche Eze with the
95.
winning goal. And by doing that, they qualified for the Europa League. And as a consequence of doing that, it meant that the 8th spot was no longer a European qualified position, which was then the spot that their
100.
bitter rivals Brighton finished up in.
Yeah, indeed.
I'll tell you what, I don't think there's
80.
going to be many teams that want to go to Selhurst Park on a European night under the lights next year.
I think it could be quite a hostile atmosphere for them, but it's an opportunity for
81.
Palace, I think, to bolster the squad, and they're going to have to with the prize money they earned.
Imagine Fenerbahce turning up there in Mourinho next year.
140.
Baness in the ascendancy here in leg 5.
28. Kevin,
And
number
that's only
160.
been enhanced by that visit of 28 from Binan. 16 for Topston, our first ton topper on for the day.
76.
Just a whip to a wire away. Looked like it bent it as well.
Kevin Baness is kind of playing in moments, isn't he, in this game?
60.
To be
Kevin,
fair,
you're
I think he's been
40.
playing in moments most of the week, and he's got the moments right.
Can he get this right? Double 10.
Game shot on the
Yes, he
fifth
can. He had
leg.
plenty of time and plenty of
Kevin
space in that
Baness.
leg, but he manages to get it done nonetheless. 3-2 up, leg away.
Sixth leg, it's Will to throw first. Game on.
And it means that Graham Hall is all of a sudden put at the point of no return in terms of winning this group. He'd have an 8-point lead, Kevin Baness, at the top of the table if he wins this one.
100. $140. $60.
Wins this group. Kevin Baness will have to wonder what he's going to do for a couple of days.
59.
Spinnaker Tower, Southsea Castle. Then he'd have the rest of the other 2 days to think of what else he's going to do.
140.
Having just come back off holiday. I don't suppose he'll be
92.
buying things like holiday clothes, shorts and sliders and anything else that we could get at the local outlets.
Local outlets in Portsmouth, you mean Primark?
130.
No, I mean Gunwharf Quays, the premier shopping outlet of the south.
We should mention there's
84.
other ones available.
Will you
Peter
require
to take us all
71?
the way in this opening match of the day is looking at 71. 17 ball. Well, the bonus is the treble there, and it means he's going to get a dart at double eight. Not to be on this
55.
particular occasion.
give a
But Estes just the one
126.
treble to give himself a poke at the ball to claim a 4-2 win, which would put him within a game of qualification. Cannot find it. And so Bidan's going to get 3 more
58. Will
to
you require
take us the
60?
distance. We had 8 4-3s on Tuesday. Are we going to get a last leg decided on the
Gauge on
opening
the
match
sixth
on
leg.
Wednesday?
Will
Yes, is
Bidan.
the answer.
7 from final leg. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $81.
Well, this all of a sudden becomes a big leg for Kevin Baness. Wins it, Graham Hall is in all sorts of bother, all sorts of
60.
trouble. But if Baness loses this first game and Graham Hall can beat Pim, as he, I suppose, will be expected to, and then Graham can then beat Kev,
60.
all of a sudden there's only 2 points between them going into the final 3 games.
Yeah, we did touch on it at the top of the show. He needs to win this first one, Kev Baness, really, to settle him down.
100.
Otherwise, you're then going, oh, I need 2 from 4 matches. Then if you lose the next one, I need 2 from 3 matches. And before you know it, you can be in all sorts of mire. So he will want to,
140.
and that's a good visit. In the circumstances, a very good visit from Baness.
$140.
And that's a good response from Will Bidan.
Well, this is becoming a race towards the line, isn't it?
100.
Big last start there from Kev to leave himself on 120. How handy can Bidan leave this?
$81.
Was looking for the
Gonna
25
require
there to leave himself on a
120.
2 darter. So both players are 120 after 12, but there's with first poke. Now this is awkward for him. As you could see from the overhead angle, he didn't have much of that treble
60.
bed to
Will
aim
you
for.
require 120.
Well, he's offered an opportunity here to Will. Will he take it? No, he just gets the first dart wrong. I say to a lot of players,
40.
got to make sure of that dead straight
Kevin, you
20
require
first dart, otherwise
60.
it's chance over.
So for the match, to put himself a game away from glory, double top is
shot
found for
of the
Kevin
match.
Baness.
Kevin Baness.
He was made to work hard for that one, but he is now 1 victory away from qualifying out of this Group A. It wasn't vintage, but it was enough. And I think Kevin Baness will just be happy to get the job done today, no matter what, no matter how. This is how he got the better of Will Bidan by 4 legs to 3. He was made to work for it, he was made to sweat for it, but Baness is over the line. Next up, it's Alex Small against Brian Raman. Probably the quickest game we're going to have today. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. You're watching the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV. Before the break, we saw Kevin Baness get the better of Will Binan by 4-3. That puts him 2 in a game of qualifying through to Saturday's final. Raman looks like a man that wants to go for a job swap. He nicked Owen Binks' mic. Mind you, that might not be a bad thing. He takes on Alex Small in the first game of the session. It's a meeting of Wales against Belgium, and Binan hasn't got good memories of facing the Welsh here at the live lounge in Portsmouth, because it was Team Wales that accounted for his Belgian side the last time he was here at international pairs a couple of weeks ago in the semi-finals. In terms of this group, Alex Small kicks off the day 3rd place with 10 points to his name. Raman on 8 points. And a victory here for Brian would see him leapfrog Alec into 3rd position and into the final spot that is available into tomorrow night's Group B session, with Graham Hall to come up next against Pim van Bynen. He finds himself on 12 points in the group. Well, we are ready to get underway here at the live lounge in Portsmouth.
First leg, it's Alec to throw first.
And I tell you what, if Binan was able to get into Group B, Scott, it would be a sweet day for him, wouldn't it?
It would indeed.
96.
Everybody wants to be in Group B because we all know the scenarios of that. And those regular watchers will know Group B, 3 from 5 players go through in Group B, so your odds are very much more in your favour.
60.
Can Binan feel a little bit hard done by with the way this week's gone?
Yeah, maybe, but I think you make your own luck in this game, and
141.
He's given up a few chances of wins, and maybe that's made the big difference to him this week so far. But hey, look, he's still
35.
got either Group B or Group C to come, and we know that sometimes that when some of these players go back to 0 and start again,
94.
we see a very different player come the end of the week. So I won't be here on comms, but I will be keeping a keen interest on how and where it goes.
83.
And who does make the Saturday night final?
Well, Alex Wall's got to the quicker start of the two here, leaving 110, not going to take it out this time. Raman did find a couple of ton plus checkouts yesterday, but he's not going to find the 154 to kick off Wednesday's action. And so Small
60.
Should get a couple of darts at tops. Well, he's going to get two at double 10. It goes inside on the double 5. Raman's got a break opportunity here.
And these are the opportunities that he really has to take, and he hasn't been.
34.
Well, that's the strangest route I'd ever seen, but yes, he was going for ball for double 8.
No score. Brian require 32.
All a bit rushed there from Small.
Well, a scrappy opening leg to this encounter is in the pocket of Brian Raman.
Second leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
As you know, Scott, I'm the first person to praise players. But I've got to say, there's been a feeling of just a little bit of a sluggish start to the session today.
140.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
59.
I just wonder whether there may be a feeling, as particularly as the day goes along, if the group gets wrapped up quickly, whether there will be a little bit of a conservation of energy, knowing that realistically there could be some scenarios in this group that's no longer at play. And as a result, you just keep a little bit back so you can then focus your energies on the rest of the week.
140.
Nah, not in darts. You don't keep anything back. Doesn't matter if you haven't won a game all week. You want to win that last game. You want to win every single game you play in. It's not one of those where you're able to relax a little bit more. Maybe you may see it in a different light and a different attitude, but you still want to win it. Sometimes it's a better, more relaxed attitude. You play better.
60.
No matter what you do, you want to get your better games out there from now on, whether you're qualifying where you're qualifying or not, to show your opponents exactly what you've got this week.
100.
Moving day was yesterday, and we saw very little movement. Today, it's show day. It's showing what your next group opponents exactly what you've got.
Well, a man could be making an early move here. As I say, any win against Alex will see him jump into the top 3 spots.
16.
He's had a couple of darts there at double 16 to open up a 2-0 lead. Small's not going to find the 147, so he's going to get 3 more to
97.
open up a 2-leg gap. He got the break he needed in leg 1. And now has full control of this contest.
Third leg, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
So a break and a hold for Raman.
100. 92. 60. 140. 44. 59. 40.
Well, a man has taken the darts again and has got 6 on 210 to get the double breaker throw. And that first dart is sat perfectly for him.
100.
Be disappointed that the second couple dropped underneath the treble bed, but still in a very good position to move 3-0 to the good.
60. Brian require 110.
So 110 for the man who's taken out more ton plus checkouts than anybody else this week. He's not going to add a
54
to the collection, having got 2 per day.
140 here would make it interesting for Small, but when you're chasing that 140,
45. Brian
doesn't always happen.
16 for tops.
Game shot.
Tops has got Brian Raman 3-0 to the good and is in cruise control of this contest. Alex Small had a couple of opportunities to win the opening leg, but hasn't had another chance since. And Raman taking absolutely no prisoners here.
125.
Got the break in leg one. And if we be honest, has almost looked the only player in this contest ever since.
41.
Alex Hall's not really been able to get into the game.
No, and that's fair play to Brian. He's not allowed him. Disappointing dart for him there. Followed by 2 absolute beauties.
84. $47. 58.
So 6 darts for the match.
60.
Only 60, but damage only really be done if Alex Hall can find a max here. Unable to do so, and he didn't really follow that first dart well.
148.
And so 6 darts from here for Brian Raman to set a comprehensive 4-0 success to kickstart his day.
76. 28. Brian requires 72.
So this for the match. So dart double 16. It's the only dart he needs to finish the job off. A comprehensive display for Brian Raman to get the better of Alex Hall by 4 legs nil. It means that he moves into the top 3 at the expense of the wild card. Not overly enamoured with the way he played at the turn of the tape. Doubling decent, scoring maybe a little bit sharper, but Raman with a 4-0 win. Next up, Pim Van Binan and Graham Hall.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes,
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Brian Raman got the better of Alex Small by 4-0. That moves him into third position in the Group A table. Our third match is a meeting between Pim van Binan and Graham Hall. Now, Graham is 8 points behind, and behind the 8 ball in terms of winning this group. Defeat here to Pim would pretty much end any last floating thoughts he had of winning the group. He takes on Kevin Baness in game 2. If he loses that one, he'll definitely be out of it, irrespective of the results of this one. Pim, the 19-year-old from Dilburg in the Netherlands, making his debut in this competition, up against Graham Hall, the 35-year-old from Ulster, winner in week 3 of Series 1. That week actually took place in Southampton, and he beat the likes of Jan van Veen and Scott Williams to go on and win that particular week. And goodness me, could the surroundings not be more contrasting from there to here? From that, well, it was almost like a cubicle, wasn't it? Like on the Pro Tour circuit. It was a very, very small arena, but served a real good purpose for us here at the
First leg, it's
Then
Pim
Lively
throw
to give us the
first.
avenue to
Game on.
grow into the product we are now, the small acorns that then help grow the tree and all the rest of it. And Graham really has seen this project
121.
from those small acorns into the juggernaut it is now. And in 2022, he really was one of the best players in that particular competition. Not just was he winning weeks in the Super Series, but in the
140.
previous setup of the Live League, he was picking up a whole host of titles and other accolades, played in the Champion of Champions event.
26.
He was a big name in the oldie livey leaguey.
$59.
What do you think the mindset of Graham Hall's going to be? Because obviously
59.
he's going to try and win the group for as long as he physically can win the group. But he will know that probably the first things first is probably try and shore that Group B spot, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think just get a couple of wins under your belt, sort of
44.
reassure yourself of that. I think for him, gap the 4th place man, Alex Moore, that would have been helped by Raman this morning doing a job on him. So in game 1,
95.
I do like that shirt that Van Binen's got on. I do like the orange, and I love it when the Dutch are being a little bit patriotic in their shirt wear.
100.
Wesley Plazier is another one who wears orange, or sometimes even wears orange.
I'm going to put this out there. I think Wesley Plazier might well be the best player to have never won a
55.
week at the Super Series.
Graham, you require 158.
To have played here.
Yeah, I would, yeah, why not? I think he had a period of time there where he was just unplayable, absolutely unplayable. I played him on a few occasions. I played him in pairs at a World Cup.
145.
I played him in, and he just everything he threw just turned to gold. He had a real period of 18 months where, you know, whatever WDF event he turned up to, he just won it.
43.
So he didn't turn up to many because he didn't need to. He was turning up on the Pro Tours as a Challenge Tour sort of player and winning those. It was magic.
Game shot the
I
first
think
leg.
you're absolutely right.
Graham
I think
Hall.
he is one of the best players that's played here that hasn't won a week here.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, there's another fella, Mitchell. He keeps messing it up in semi-finals, but we'll talk about that another time. 'Cause it's not about me. Otherwise, I'll have Steve West on the phone again.
Yeah, don't talk about yourself,
134.
otherwise you get Glenn Durrant tweeting you with hashtags me, me, me. So I will see him tomorrow at the Premier League. Yeah, actually, he's won that before. I don't know whether you heard about that or not, but
No, he never told me.
85.
there's no Iron team, but there is an Iron Premier League champion. In fact, there's two of them. Hi, Glenn.
96.
Got to say, Pim this morning looks a lot more relaxed, doesn't he? Looks a lot more settled on the stage
45.
than perhaps what we saw at points, particularly on Monday. Looked like he was more settled on Tuesday. Just looks like he looks like he's just getting more accustomed to the stage the more the week goes along.
97.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, the G-Man being from Ulster, I was doing a little exhibition type thing with a dart team
55.
a few weeks back, and a little town called Lymington, famous for sailing, and I think Ben Ainsley has a few boats there and stuff as private ones, you know, or used to have. And
96.
I was in this pub and wandered this young lady and said, "Oh, I'm Graham Hall's sister." And so I ended up playing her at the end of the night as well, and she's a tidy thrower as well.
134.
Incredible story about how Graham got into the
Graham, you require
sport. It was almost
78.
by accident more than anything else, but he's made full use of the talent and ability he's got, and he's got plenty of time here to open up a 2-0 lead in this contest. He's going to get a dart at double top. He's got 3 more if he misses,
58.
and he's going to come back for double 10.
And I think with the way that the new breed of players are coming through right now, the younger breed of players, I don't think there's going to be the stories with them, because they've come through with the intent of, oh, I see so-and-so winning a load of money on the telly, so I thought I'd give it a go. I don't think we're going to find these random
60.
stories anymore
Graham, you require
of players
20.
and how they started.
Yeah, you're not going to kind of get that Jamie Vardy story, are we, much longer within the sport, as Hall looks at double 5. Not to be, and so
No score. Pim, you require 122.
Van Bynen back for 1-2-2 to square up at 1 apiece.
It's good to see our best referee up there, Owen Binks, officiating on this day on Wednesday. Obviously quite an important day, end of Group A.
90.
Gotta get
Graham,
your
you
best
require
ones in.
20.
Well, for 2-0, double 10 for Graham Hall. In it
Gage on
goes,
the second
2-0
leg.
G-Man
Graham
leads in
Hall.
this particular contest.
Third leg, it's Pim to throw first.
But you are correct, it's more
Game
conventional, isn't it, the system in which players break through now. A lot of players coming through academy systems, 10 to the dozen. You still get the odd one here and there, which come through unconventional routes.
57.
Cam Crabtree just picked it up during lockdown because he had nothing else to do, and now calls it his full-time profession.
41.
And then you get other players that literally have played since they've been knee-high to a grasshopper.
Yeah, and can't reach the board, and some of them still can't and still play better than me.
$21.
And of course, we're going to have a Rising Stars week, aren't we, at the end of this particular series. That's going to be for players between
140.
the ages of 16 and 21. Pim's eligible, of course, for that particular week, being 19.
$125.
I think that could well be one of the best weeks we have here this year at the Live Lounge. Of course, our defending champion is eligible to play in that, Jensen Walker.
123.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't know, you'll have to be quick in here in the comms box. The pace of some of these younger players these days is very, very quick indeed. So
yeah, I might need to get some advice off of David Croft as to how to
54.
commentate very quickly.
if it's not on the week that he's on the F1, he'd probably come and do it, to be honest.
Is there a week where there is no F1 anymore?
No, I think it's Barcelona this week, straight after Monaco, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be a case of lights out and away we throw
100.
when it gets to that particular week. But Graham Hall, well, he's not quite motoring like Oscar Piastri in a McLaren, but he's going through the gears quite nicely here. And if he just carries on playing to the level that he's currently playing at, he may find himself towards the checkered flag before too long.
45. Graham Iroquois, 97.
Treble 19 for tops then will be the desired location for Hall. Yeah, he's over the moon with that 3. It's treble 18. With Van Bynen back
81.
on 199. .199 being the former race number of Travis Pastrana, the stunt driver now in Nitro Circus.
95. Graham Iroquois.
Knowledge is the
60.
bomb, mate. Knowledge is the bomb.
I will let that qualify as a fun fact as Hall comes back for double 8 to open up a 3-0 lead. Double 4 for the double break.
8.
Not this time. Van Bynen hasn't had a dart at a double yet
104.
in this contest. If he's going to here, he needs to find a treble with either dart 1 or dart 2.
$43.
So
Graham
2 fours
Iroquois.
for 3 zip.
8.
Down for double 2.
Game
And
shot.
it goes over the top. That was a really good dart from Graham Hall. He
Hall.
gets the double break and opens up a 3-0 advantage.
Flag, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
1 away from a comprehensive win. And just keeps Kevin Baness on his tippy toes.
99.
Have you ever watched any of the Nitro Circus that I just mentioned? Is it your thing?
I've got to be honest. I've got to be honest. No.
So it's a little bit like what should we say? It's a little bit like Jackass, but with motor vehicles. So it's like it can be
57.
anything, bike related, car related. They try and jump everything. They do all sorts of crazy stunts. They tried to backflip a truck to get it go up a
59.
ramp and do a full backflip and come back down. They do monster truck stuff. They do things on motocross bikes. They try to do things on road bikes. They try to do backflips into foam pits. It's absolutely crazy. If you're a bit of a petrol head, then it's absolutely amazing to watch. But at the same time, they'll try and do it on a kid's
41.
buggy. They'll try and do it in a little kid's cart. They'll try and cram a person into and push it down a hill and try and get it to backflip. They're crazy. They do all these amazing stunts, and it's now developed into a show that they go around the world with and taking all these vehicles. It's an amazing spectacle. It really is.
I'm sure you do similar with your tractor on the farm.
No. I've tipped one of those over once, and it's not fun. And it goes over really slowly, funny enough. You're sat there thinking, oh, is it going to
You've got to speed it up on film, haven't you?
41.
Yeah, well, it's just my thing, isn't it? I'm slow at everything, so yeah.
Well, Graham Hall is quickly moving towards the finishing line. 6 starts of 2:03 to complete a 4-0 victory against Pim van Bijnen, for whom this has been a very, very slow start.
85.
It's just been a solid professional job for Graham Hall, if the truth be told about the situation.
$100. Graham, you require 118.
6 starts, some 118 to get over the line and to kick his day off with a victory. And such was the position in the leg. If he found the jumper there, he wouldn't have to go for the double 19. Could have split and left double 16 if he wanted. But he's going to come back for 60 to complete a 4-0 victory.
$38. Graham, you require
So this
60.
for the match. For a 4-0 win, it'll put him on a 14 points. It'll give him a bit of daylight in terms of keeping himself into Group B, but he will still be trying to chase top spot. It might be a task too far, but he's keeping Kevin Baness on his toes. A 4-0 victory against Pim van Bijnen to kick his day off. This is how he did it. Average of 81.24, 4 from 13 on his doubles. Next up, Will Binan takes on Alex Small. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Graham Hall get the better of Pim van Binan by 4-0. That rounds off the first round of fixtures on this Wednesday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Match number 4 is a meeting between Alex Small and Will Binan. For Alec, he lost his first game by a 4-0 scoreline to Brian Raman. It saw him slip outside of the top 3 in the group. As for Will Binan, he's also looking for his first win of the day. Having lost his opener, he went down 4-3 to Kevin Baness in the opening game of the session. This game 4 of 15 that we're broadcasting to you live here on Pluto TV on this Wednesday morning. The final day of singles session action this week. We'll be back for double session days on both Thursday and Friday. We'll be with you from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for Group C, 10 o'clock for Group B, and then we'll repeat the cycle again on Friday before all roads then lead to Saturday night's final, which will get underway from 7:30 the build-up to see who will join Jeff Smith and Scott Taylor into Series 11's Champions Week.
78.
Already a Champions Week, which is littered with some heavyweight names.
Yeah, very much so. We had a lot of new names in the last Champions Week who had maybe not achieved defeat before and was very new for them. And we already have a couple of very established names in the darting world heading to Champions Week for Series 11.
Yeah, former World Championship finalist Jeff Smith, former Super Series champion Scott Taylor. So the gauntlet's already been laid for the rest of the field when it comes to the big week. That's going to be in the middle week of August. Kicks off on
100.
Monday,
143.
August the 11th. It will culminate on Saturday, August the 16th.
79, where we require
Same as the opening
88.
day of the new Premier League football season. So Binan 88 to get us up and running in this contest. 48 for tops.
78. Alec, you require 64.
Double 10 doesn't go either, and so Small's going to get one dart in his hand. That dart being at tops.
24.
And he can't find either.
10. Game shot on the first leg. Will Binan. Second leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
Well, Binan finds the double 5 to put himself a leg to the good in this contest.
93. $41. 95.
And for Alex Small here, he's just got to arrest a little bit of a slide because he's only won one of his last 10 legs
41.
since the end of yesterday's session. He got beat 4-1 by Graham Hall, lost the first game 4-0 to Brian Raman, and is just maybe beginning to hit a bit of a wall, is Small.
Yeah, it starts making your head scratch, doesn't it, if you're not winning legs and not competing.
140.
Well, Binan here, absolutely smashing the treble 20.
99.
I do notice with his throw, that's a nice overhead shot there. He seems to line the dart up with one eye and sort of throw it from in between.
24.
And the overhead shot would show you that perfectly. It's like he does a little movement with his elbow across a couple of inches as he lines it up. It looks a perfectly normal throw, and then he just does something before the release. He just moves his elbow across to the right
160.
by about an inch or 2 inches. So it's not pivoting from the same point. It's lined up at one point, and then it goes across and then releases.
Game shot in the second leg.
Well, there was no issues with
Alex
that. A
Small.
116 for Alex Small, the first tub plus checkout of the day,
Leg, it's Will to throw
level
first.
this contest
Game
up
on.
at one apiece. And that could just be the moment that just gives him a bit of a spark, because it was a chastening end to yesterday. It was a tough start to today, but now he's eventually on the board.
140.
Will Binan there showing he's going nowhere.
121. $60. 100. 100.
Well, what that has done, Scott, it's ended the run of 4-0 results.
Yeah, it has.
134. 68. I like you 146.
We felt on Monday that in this particular matchup that Binan got rushed along a little bit
56
with the
Well, you
small
reckon
pace, and
133.
and for the last couple of days he's learnt to deal with that, and he's still throwing at more the pace that he's used to. So whether he recognised that as a situation and he's overcome it, but whichever way, he's now throwing back at his own pace every time he plays Alex Small.
125. I like you require 90.
So Small looking at 90, may just be a dart at the bull at the end of this. Well, he started on the bullseye. He is going to get himself a dart at
Game
tops, and he
shot
gets
in
the
the
tops.
third
Great
leg.
recovery following the
Alex
errant
Small.
first dart. Small 2 on up. He's got the breaker throw.
Fourth leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on. 100. 60. 140. 81. 81.
'Well, Alec, after maybe winning a couple of legs where
85.
he's had to take advantage of the one opportunity he's got, has now really stolen the march in this match. Took the throw of the previous leg and is really in command of
100.
proceedings here with the darts in his hand, and is on the cusp of opening up a 3-1 lead in this contest.
41. Alec, you require 80. 48.
He's himself on double 16 upon his return. He can only try and apply pressure, and that Robin Hood isn't going to help. Actually, that dart
120.
has
Alec, you
pierced
require
right through the
32.
flight. And I think it's actually,
Game shot on the fourth leg. Alex.
as Alex Small pins the double 16, he's got one of those ring
Fifth leg,
protectors
it's Will to throw first. Game on.
on the top of his stem. I think it pierced through that as well.
Yeah, that can happen. It will slide down the inside of the flight, past the stem, and actually jam in the ring. And not the first time I've ever seen that. It is one of the
55.
problematic things that can happen by having a ring holding the flight on to the stem to keep it tight so it
100.
doesn't come out. I think that's a lot of the reason the more harder plastic type all-in-ones
171.
very similar to what Alex Small is using. The flights either pop on and click on, or they're an all-in-one setup so that can't happen.
100.
There is a slight deflection issue with those harder flights on the second system we're talking about.
105.
But I think that all depends on what type of player you are, how hard you throw it, what angle your dart goes in the board. So I believe that there's a variation of flight and stem combos
54,
now that
Alec, 107.
there shouldn't be anybody in the world that can't find something that doesn't work for them.
Bullseye. Do you fancy it, Alec?
145.
Not quite on this occasion.
That would have been some 6 darts, wouldn't it?
Would have been one heck of a conversion. But now looking to see this game through. Found himself 1-0 down.
70.
But he hasn't quite won for the spin. Binan will come back here for 70. $19 bull. Treble the bonus. Double 6.
Game shot.
And this game goes on just a little bit longer. Small force to serve it out.
6th flag, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
So kind of got in trouble with missing the big number there. Did Will.
39.
And then managed to get himself out of it with his second dart, and he more than got himself out of it with his third dart.
100.
But all that builds confidence on the day.
60. 100. 44. 81. 96. 100. 98. Will you require 120?
Well, this to take us all the way to a last leg decider. 120 for Binan. He's found the treble with dart 1. Double top.
80.
It's not there. But Alex Small here with a big ask. The 164 isn't going to go. And so Binan back for double top to take us all the way. He lost in the last leg decider in his opening game of the day, didn't he, against Kevin Baness? But he's not going to take us the distance again. Not quite now anyway.
80.
To finally wrap it up, but he's got a block target here on tops. But he manages to find a way through. He don't quite know how, but he has, and it puts him back into third position in the group. He's still got to see Binan play in this round of fixtures, but he's done his side of the bargain. He gets the better Alex Small and Will Binan by 4 legs to 2. A much improved performance and a real burst towards the middle of the match. When up after the break, Graham Hall takes on Kevin Baness. A win for Kev, and he wins the group. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
the new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Alex Small got the better of Will Beaton by 4 legs to 2. That puts him up into 3rd position in this Group A table. Whilst for Kevin Baness, he's got an opportunity to get the job done and to win Group A and to have a couple of days off. If he gets the better of Graham Hall in this match, it will be a done deal. If Graham does win it, then the gap will be reduced to just 4 points. 6 points left to play for. It would be a tall order still for Graham to overtake, and he would still need to rely on a lot of mistakes, but it would be a chance nonetheless, which would be evaporated if Baness was to get the win in this one. And it's been something that Kevin's been able to do all week long, even when he's not been at his absolute premium best. He's been able to find ways of getting over the line in games. He's won 10 of his 11 matches in the group, and if he does win this one, then attention's returned from being the group winner to can he join an exclusive club of players that have picked up 28 points from a possible 30. Only good players have done that. Now let's have a look and just confirm to you the situation. As you can see, Kevin Baness 20 points plus 20 legs difference. Graham Hall on 14 points. At the end of this one, there would be just 6 points left to play for. Baness wins this, he'd go 8 clear, and so he'd be in an unassailable position.
100.
Alex Small, as you can see, in 3rd position in the table. Brian Raman in 4th. That looks like it's going to be the race in terms of who's going to get in a Group B between that pair. Will Beaton back on points, and a long way back in terms of legs difference. And there's Pim van Binan
140.
with 4 points to his name at the bottom of the group.
100.
As the tumbleweed goes flying through the commentary box.
60. 57. 45. 43. 54.
'Well, he won't fill it up.
180.
Absolutely made no sense at all.
58.
Oh my
Required
goodness.
35.
That's right up there in the Alan Norris School of Darts, that is. He's got some weird ways he goes, that Norris, I tell you.
Game shot
It
the
worked,
first
though. It
leg.
worked a treat.
Graham Hall.
I'm not condoning that. I'm not teaching any adult or
Second
child
leg, it's
to
Kevin
do that
throw
on
first.
215
Game.
ever. Cheers for that, G-Man. Appreciate it. I'd love to say I'm here all week,
100.
but that must be why I'm not.
Yeah, we've got the pros in tomorrow. Chris Murphy and Laura Turner doing the afternoon session.
They're so good, I'll probably be listening to myself, to be honest.
140.
Probably learn a thing or two.
I definitely will learn a thing or two. Like the way to
81.
go on 215. Brilliant.
That's all right. I'm sure Owen Binks will do a TikTok on it later on tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll hit the socials. He won't fill it up. Bang, 180. Lovely. He won't fill it up now either, look.
38.
Where you going now, Hawley boy?
$30.
I think the best one in that curse of the commentator department was Wayne Mardle. He goes, I've never seen Peter Wright group so well as he is now, as he puts 2 treble 20s in. And as soon as he
96.
says that, he puts the biggest single one in you'll ever see.
Yeah, I have noticed that. I do find that sometimes I withhold some of my expertise and skill. I just couldn't ever see. Never mind. That shot will never. I'll never fathom that shot out. Maybe I'll start hitting 180s if I've got 215 left. What a good idea.
Got to be left on 215 first.
Yeah, first page of my coaching book. 215, always hit 180.
100.
I'll ask Glenn Durham if that's what he teaches.
Shouldn't be leaving 215 anyway. Should be leaving 216, but that's another story.
Anyway, story of this leg. Kevin Baness has left himself with the little fish. Tried to square up at one apiece. Tried to peg Graham back.
83. Kevin, you require 130.
Another leaves double 5. Single leaves the ball. But the bullseye's not got.
Graham, you require 100.
And so Hall looking at a ton to move 2 up and to get the break. Diverts wide. 95 left. Treble IT for the double. Not to be on this occasion. And so Baness
29.
looking
Kevin,
at
you require
31
31.
to level up at 1-1.
We have got the old side angle here.
No score.
Did you predict that? Because I didn't.
Graham, you
for
require
once.
71.
Well, that is one of the most incredible bursts of a score that you will see. And Kevin Baness can see the funny side of it, but he won't be laughing if Graham Hall takes out this 71. And he'll probably feel, knowing the way that his luck's gone, that he'll probably hit this tops. And he does hit that tops. Because how many times does that happen? A player does something like that, and then the opponent mops up.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
No apology from Hall there. I like that.
$135.
Busting that 31 is right up there with busting 180, isn't it? When you've seen the times where people have had 140 and they're just desperately trying to hit the top of tops and it just catches a flight or whatever and it goes smack bang centre and busts a 180. I've done it once. I did it without looking. I didn't realise what I was on.
66.
Well, Graham Hall was almost on a 9 there.
Fair play to him. He stuck with it, although he was 2-0 up.
140.
He did stick with it, didn't bottle it and go off to another area of the board.
This game has almost been hilariously farcical so far.
60.
The 1-8 on the 215, the bust on the 31.
$140.
But this is no laughing matter, particularly for Kevin Baness, because he knows he can get the job done with victory in this game.
Yeah, and there's an element of putting too much emphasis on this game. There's also the fact that he's probably looking at Graham Hall and thinking he'll be one of his rivals on Saturday night should he get this done. And so your last game against him, you don't really want it to be a loss, because otherwise, should he play Graham early doors on Saturday night,
140.
you know, Graham's won the last meeting. So you don't want that as a player. You really don't. You want to be beating those people going in.
60.
So Baness is back, looking at 76 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. So only one of those awkward numbers with 2 darts in hand, because there are opportunities, there are choices, and he's almost conflicted in 2 minds. Decided to head down for the treble 17. 51 would have left him double 10.
28.
And so Graham Hall here
Graham, you require
should at the
80.
very least get a dart to open up a 3-0 lead in this match. And he is 2 from 2 on his doubles thus far. Should the operative word, but didn't. And so Baness here gets a chance to half the arrears, to pull it back to 2-1.
48.
And to return the game to throw. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 16. Up for double 8. In the double 8. And finally in the contest.
A rather sarcastic celebration there from
Game on.
Baness. Mainly because he's been hitting doubles, but not to win the legs to bust his score. So he finally hits a double to put a leg on the board on his
59.
side. And we know he's not playing for his holiday fund because he's already been on holiday.
Well, could be playing for another holiday. Can't have too many holidays, Scott.
123.
Can't have 2 holidays if you live in my house. Can't remember the last time I went on holiday.
You said this was a holiday for you.
Oh, it's absolutely.
100.
I mean, when you come here, what more is there? There's no more. This is beautiful.
You're the only person that goes on holiday, then goes back home at the end of the day.
There's a lot of people out there that think that chatting about darts isn't work. Honestly, they think it's just
98.
fun, so they must think it's a holiday. They want to come and try and do it for a week. See how difficult it is.
It's more the point having to sit next to me for a week.
Now, you brought that up, not me. And I wasn't going there.
140.
I was being a good mate. And you went there.
Just saying what everybody's thinking.
100.
Anyway, Hall 138 to open up a 3-1 lead in this contest.
$98.
He's left himself on top, forcing Baness to take out the 144. He's having a lot of darts here, Kev, that's just dropping below that treble.
60.
He's just struggling to really
40.
reach upwards, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a sign he's holding on to them too long because he's trying to make sure rather than throw with flow.
Well, that's a spotted miss and a double for Graham Hall. And 3 of them means that Baness is back for a level game.
84. $41. Graham, you require 20.
He had a chance to square up. And he'll probably expect Graham Hall to pick the pieces up here. You don't expect it of his 2 visits worth of darts and a double to win a leg.
Game shot on the
Takes
fourth
it
leg.
first time, leads
Graham
3-1.
Hall.
And now has the darts to win this game. It'll put him back to within
Fifth
4
against Graham
points
to throw
of
first. Game on.
Baness, with 6 left to play for. So it would still be an uphill task, but there would still be a possibility, even if it is improbable.
60.
Baness's next game will be against Brian Raman. So again, not an easy task.
140. $47. $59. $30. $56. $58. $140.
Big one for that for Kevin Baness, looking to begin a comeback charge in this particular contest. And Graham Hall has
42.
hit the skids here at the worst possible time.
106.
Been a real off leg on throw, and he's effectively handed Baness his darts.
58. $95. Kevin, you require 48.
So Baness looks at double 16 to keep the contest going, and he's got a couple of visits to do exactly that.
Game
But
shot
he
on the
needs the
fifth
one
leg.
turn.
Kevin Baness.
Breaks back, returns to throw, 3-2. And he
Sixth
now
leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
has the opportunity with the darts in his hand to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
Some would have predicted that this would go to a last leg.
58.
But not a good opening throw from Baness. Not quite been on it so far this morning.
Well, you look at the numbers, and
100.
it's not been a classic. Let's put this right. Both players are averaging 76 at this present moment in time. It's more about getting the job done, getting the result,
125.
as opposed to waxing lyrical about performance.
Yeah, very much so.
$81. $44. $58. $98. $92.
Leads himself on 170, but Baness will feel in reality he's got 6 on 176 to take us to a last leg decider.
100.
He's himself in
Gravy
76,
require
unless Graham Hall can win this
170.
game for 170.
Yeah, look at his face. So he looked there. He felt a little bit hard done by. You could understand it, and he will do if this goes. Oh, hello. Big fish incoming.
Game shot.
What a
out
way
the
to win a
match.
game.
Graham
117
Hall.
from the G-Man, Graham Hall, to take what was an important win for him. Yes, he still has an outside chance of topping Group A, and he needed to beat Baness to have any chance of that happening. The average is not a big thing to write home about, but we're going to head into a short break now, and when we return, we will have Raman taking on Pim van Binan.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia required
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the
Gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Graham Hall got the better Kevin Baness by 4 legs to 2. Now that means that Graham Hall's got a slight outside chance of qualifying through Group A. The champagne is on ice for Kevin Baness in that particular department. 4 points the gap with 6 left to play for. Alex Small just ahead of Brian Raman in the race for Group B spot, although Raman is to play his game in hand now against Pim van Binan. The meeting of the 2 ADC European players, Raman from Belgium, our wild card pick. Pim van Binan, a qualifier, having won through the ADC Dutch Order of Merit at the end of 2024. So opportunity for him to try and strut his stuff on the big stage. He's going to have 3 more days, finish off today, then 2 more days on Thursday and Friday. Group C will be his destination to see whether he can get through to finals night on his debut here. As for Brian Raman, well, he's just in a relaxed mood, isn't he? Very chipper this morning. Smile beaming from ear to ear. Shirt with the Arkham from Batman sign on the back. Question marks all around. And I suppose
First
the
leg,
question
it's Brian
marks
to throw first.
when it comes to this particular
Game
contest
on.
is, can he get himself back up into third position in the group? As for Pim van Bynen, he finds himself in a shirt which kind of looks
43.
almost reminiscent to, if you looked at one of those overhead shots of a volcano with a little bit of lava spewing out, as if one of those documentaries that you'd see of the Icelandic geysers.
Not to
60.
be confused with the London geezers.
$59. $100.
He's 2. Good mate, they've been doing pretty
59.
much everything together this week. Been travelling in, travelling out of the venue, spending time with one another. Been quite handy travel companions for one another.
It does make it very difficult to play one another when you have somebody, a travel companion you travel with
100.
constantly. You don't want to be drawing one another in, particularly in a knockout competition. If you draw each other in early rounds and
83.
you've travelled to the Belgium Open together and one of you's driven and one of you's booked everything and you get there and you draw each other first round and one of you gets knocked out right at the start of the weekend, first time, it's just woeful. It's just horrible. It just kills the whole weekend.
Particularly if the driver loses, because he might leave without you.
45.
Yeah. Very good possibility, but yeah, it happened to me a few times with travel
57.
companions.
Well, Van Bynen's managed to turn the throw around here in this opening leg. 6 and 196 to get the break and to get himself up and running.
60.
I have noticed with Van Bynen, he has got a...
100.
When he stalls to throw, if he brings the dart up in his hand and brings it under his chin, it's never going to be thrown. Now he's removed the dart again. Now he's brought it up to his chin again. And I wonder if he could just get into a habit of putting it up to his eye. When he goes up there, he seems to release it. Whether it's something
42.
that would help him long term. I'm no expert on remedies for dartitis, but
84.
it's just something I've noticed over the last couple of days. When he's got that dart in his hand and he brings it back and it's under his chin, he's never going to release it.
Well, I suppose it's half the battle knowing what's right for you. And obviously he knows when it's right for him to go and when he feels settled to release the dart and when he knows it's just not right. Goes for the bullseye first on the 94. And again, he knows it's not right, and so that's why he goes through that particular motion. And now looks at double 18.
Game shot.
Credit goes where credit's due.
Pim van Bynen.
He finds the 94, he pins the double 18, and he gets
Second
the
leg,
break
it's
of
Pim to
Brian
throw
Raman to
first.
kick this
Game on.
contest off. But good news this for Alex Small if Pim can pick some points up here.
You've got to say it's very admirable. It's very easy to criticise somebody that's struggling with a sort of coming out of the other end of dartitis, but you have to say with Pim, he's very accurate in what he's doing. When they do go, he's very accurate still. So you can see why he's trying to play his way through it, because he's still competing. and competing well. That was a lovely 94 shot.
60.
Well, it kind of goes back to the point that we were making on Monday that I don't think we'll learn much about Pim on the first day, but we'll learn more as the week goes along. And I think
95.
we are beginning to see evidence of that. I think we're certainly seeing evidence of improvements day on day in particular departments. Certainly looks more settled now than he did when he walked through the building on Monday morning.
Yeah, he does. And we have mentioned seeing other players going through this before. We know that
60.
those of you who've been watching some of the World Senior stuff will know that Kevin Painter's going through it a little bit, and
58.
and Barry Van Peer did, and tried to play his way through it and came through it exceedingly well indeed, topping the Challenge Tour. I've not seen him much of late, so I don't know where the state of his game is at the moment.
59.
Now that he's on the Pro Tours, but yeah, he was in a similar state to this, even here, and he played his way through it. So you've just got to
140.
give himself a chance to keep his head down and try and play his way through it.
Yeah, he don't even worry too much about Barry Van Peer. He played on the European Tour at the weekend. He spent longer dancing to a song about saunas for his walk-on song than he actually did on the stage. Always very honest about
68.
what happened there, Barry, and got to give a lot of credit to him for that and the way that he's been able to bounce back.
I've known Carlo and Barry for a long, long while. One of my first Dutch Opens, I played Carlo.
43.
Carlo, although he's the
Give me
smaller
record
of the brothers, he's the
122.
older.
And if you put them both at face value, you'd put it the other way around, wouldn't you?
No, definitely. Really good darting family. Know the parents as well. Great people. Really backed their lads. They have taken them anywhere they needed to go.
Well, the 1-2-2 is going to go
54.
for Pim, and so Raman to level this contest up at 1-1. Looking at double 8.
9.
It's not to be.
Require.
And so
68.
Van Bynen looking at 68 to double his advantage in this contest. Two fours. Now 2 2s.
66. Brian require 16.
And so Raman will come back looking at double 8 to level this contest up at 1-1.
Game shot on the
And
second
it goes.
leg. Brian Raman.
And a level game we have, one apiece.
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
I don't think Brian realised it was his throw there. Darted back across the hockey.
$140. $40. $140.
That's Raman does. The minute that he wins a leg, he gets a load of confidence boost and chucks in with the 2 140s here.
$68.
And he could have been 2 behind on this contest, Brian. Managed to level up at 1 apiece and now looking to really kick on in this
57.
contest. He's himself on 164. I'm just interested to see how he's dealing with the time between throws. He's just pacing
134.
up and down the hockey, getting his steps in for the day. Was never going to contemplate the idea of taking it out this time. Was always going to
132.
leave it handy. And he leaves himself on double 16 after 12. Really good leg this from Brian on throat. Not really much Pim van Bijnen could have done about this.
Yeah, not too much anybody could have done about it, to be honest.
$99. Brian require 32.
So double 16
No score.
does not go. 1
Pim
from 8
require 106.
on the doubles in this game for Brian Raman. It presents Pim van Bijnen with an opportunity, but he's going to have to find the 160 if he's going to stand a chance.
Yeah, unusual that from Raman because he'd been on 50% on his doubles yesterday. Really had stepped it up. And we'll be disappointed if you're missing. Well, any player's disappointed if you're missing with 3 darts in your hand. We all believe it should go with 3 darts in hand.
$100. Brian require 32.
So double 16
Game show on the third leg.
puts Raman
Brian
2-1
Raman.
to the good in this contest.
Fourth leg, it's Pim to throw first. Game on.
Now you may see a tattoo on the left arm of Brian Raman, the non-throwing arm. And it has 180 on there. Now, the last time Brian played here, he played with Jimmy Van Schie. And you know when you finish the day and you think,
59.
oh, what should I do in my spare time, my free time? They thought, oh, you know what? I'm going to get a tattoo. Oh, what are you going to get a tattoo of? 180. I'll tell you what, I'll get a tattoo of 182. And that's exactly what the pair did on that particular day. And then the next day, they played one another,
60.
hit a ton of 180s, and then showed off that tattoo to the camera.
Well, isn't that lovely?
Tattoo friends.
98.
Usually you find like women do that when they go to Ibiza and have an elephant tattooed on their ankle for no reason at all, and their mate does it as well, and it's usually the worst drawn elephant you've ever seen.
Or you say that, oh, can you put my name on a tattoo? And it'd be like, you know, when they go to Starbucks and they get your name wrong. And you're scarred with that for the rest of your life.
No idea, Henry.
95.
Ha ha.
Actually happened to Bradley Brooks. So his nickname Bam Bam only has one M in it.
140.
But he went to get a tattoo. And the tattooist put 2 M's on Bam Bam on the tattoo.
Wow. Would you not cross-reference that to the... yeah, never mind. There's that tattoo reveal show, isn't there, on... I think on Sky, where the 2 friends go and they say what each other's going to have tattooed on them. And then they reveal it with a set of glasses on them. So they reveal the tattoo so that you can see what's been put on.
You require
What the friend is
149.
asked to be tattooed on the other friend. And there's some horrible things that go on. Really horrible. And some of them end up in tears, not talking, friendships ended. Yeah, quite a good idea for a show, but won't catch me on that.
149 for Van Bijnen. Not to be. He's got 6 starts, though, to level
93.
this contest up at 2-2.
$100. Pim you require 56. Game show on the fourth
Double
leg.
10 found by
Pim
Pim.
van Bijnen.
And we have a level game at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
I'll tell you the strangest tattoo story at the Super Series.
59.
The name of the players just escaped me at the worst possible time. But there was a player that played here once, and after their week was done, they didn't qualify through, but decided that they wanted an everlasting memory of Portsmouth. And a tattoo is a good way of an everlasting memory of a place. And so decided to get
39.
a tattoo of Perry the Platypus, the character from Phineas and Ferb, on one of their fingers. Genuine story.
I pretend I know what that is.
You don't know who Agent P is?
No.
59.
But then also, I've never seen Star Wars.
Basically, Perry the Platypus is
99.
a secret agent that tries to thwart the plans of Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Oh,
Yeah, that's why I haven't watched it. Never watched a Harry Potter movie.
100. $57. $85. $83.
Well, the frustration there is, yes, Raman's left himself for the finish, but he should have left himself on something far more handier. But what trouble can Pim van Bynen put his opponent in? What kind of knots can he put him in?
$140.
Yeah, that was unlucky, that second dart, wasn't it? It was nicely thrown dart. Didn't find its desired destination. Would have been sat on 32 had he had done that.
94.
Brian being Brian.
Tim, you
going
require
a different
72.
way. Van Bynen in then for 72.
So double top.
52.
That was an opportunity to move 3-2 to the good and then have the darts to win it in the next. And so Raman is back for 70 to take the lead.
He's taking his time on this one.
Game shown the fifth leg. Brian Raman.
And again, another random way for going for 70, but yeah.
Sixth leg, it's
16
Pim
would
to
have
throw
left the ball.
first. Game
48 left, double 9. And absolutely nailed it. I don't think Raman has found any of these games against his friend this week very easy at all.
So Raman 3-2 up. Van Bynen with the darts to take us all the way.
$41.
To be fair, that would have been a pretty special dart to have got through those two blockers. I think the open target should have been the better option, although Raman may have been going for treble 18.
$100.
Great bit of camera work there. From our director, caught that last dart
121.
nicely.
$137. $58.
So 6 darts here for Pim to take us to a last leg decider.
$85. 96.
So
Then you require
to take us
136.
all the way. He's got 6 darts here, Pim, from this 136 to enforce what will be only a second last leg decider of the day.
You seem to think that 96 would be a handy score here for Pim. What the exact score that Raman has just hit?
60.
Trying to find a way through to hit a ton to leave double 18. Should get a dart upon his return at least.
83. Pim, you require 76.
We're not to be. So Brian Raman here now has got a match winning opportunity if he can find this 102. It's a hefty chance, but a chance nonetheless, and it would put him on to 12 points, and he would leapfrog Alex Small again into that 3rd position in this group. Finds treble 19 with dart 2, means he's going to get a match dart at tops.
82.
Just below, much to his audible frustration.
40.
So tops up then for Van Bynen. A really good opportunity here to level this up at 3-3.
Game shown the 6th flag. Pim Van Bynen.
So we go all the way in this 6th game of the session. Brian Raman 3, Pim Van Bynen 3. After a man had a dart at tops to win it 4-2 on the back of the 102 combination. Raman does have the insurance policy of the fact that he has the darts in this last leg.
As you say, Alex Small will be a interesting bystander in the outcome of this one.
140.
Particularly after that 140 turn of Pim.
57. $49. $85. $83.
Well, Van Bynen has taken the darts in this last leg, but man would have felt with a decent score that he may have just kept himself an interested party, but it's going to be 6 darts on 229 for Pim Van Bynen to pick up 2 crucial points. He does tend to pick up a win a day, does Pim, on 1 game Monday, 1 game Tuesday. And he's 229 points away from ensuring that he's going to get one on Wednesday as well. And it would be good news for Alex Small, who would stay in 3rd position following the 2nd round of fixtures, though Alec is Pim's next opponent in a couple of games' time.
100.
Well, we said that Pim Van Bynen gets a win a day, and so you could say that when it gets to that point of the day, it's Pim's o'clock.
Is it still raining outside?
I wholeheartedly apologise.
81. Brian Everett,
It's not a
158.
Pim sort of day today. Too overcast.
Oh, double 19!
139.
Would have been some way to have won it.
Pim, you require 120.
He's had a match start now, Brian Raman, in 2 legs to win this game. And Pim van Buynen's back for 1-2-4 to nick it himself. Opportunity gone. And so Raman will return looking at 19 to
34.
seal a 4-3 victory in this contest. Put himself onto 12 points. He'd leapfrog Alex Small into 3rd position in the group. 2 8s. Don't kiss the wall. I can't find a way through. Van Buinen might get a match start himself. Couple of singles will leave himself a dart at the bullseye here. And Brian Raman cannot watch. Single leaves the ball. Oh, he's missed the single. He chased the treble. He's paid the price for it. And Brian Raman heads back to the drinks table because he knows that he's got match starts incoming here.
Brian, you require 16.
And so double 8 to put himself back into one of the top 3 places. Takes his time. He sets himself up. Oh, and he's bust it.
Score.
Can you believe it? There's another twist.
Pim, you require 24.
And so double 12. Sees Pim pick up a win, which could be catastrophic for his travelling partner, Brian Raman. It's now double 6. It's
18.
inside. And Raman's going to get more
16.
chances. And he still can't find a way through. And I think he was convinced that last start found a way in. And you could probably understand why.
6.
Brian Raman cannot believe what's happening here.
You're watching your mind being frazzled as we speak. In the form of Brian Raman.
No score.
Well, that's the first time we've seen any kind of outburst of emotion from Pim van Buinen. You can understand why under the circumstances. And both players here, they look as if they're in absolute Shredsville.
Game.
But Brian Raman eventually holds his nerve and finds the winning double. And it's a winning double which puts him into 3rd position in the group. It was almost a handshake of apology there for the Riddler. Pim van Buinen had multiple match starts. Both players had multiple match starts in that final leg. A 4-3 win for Brian Raman against Pim van Buinen. Next up for us, Will Bean against Graham Hall. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Brian Raman got the better of Pim van Binan by 4 legs to 3 in a blink and you'll miss it encounter. Next up for us, Graham Hall takes on Will Bean. It's the beginning of the 3rd round of fixtures on this Wednesday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Hall, Beeden, next up for us. And for Graham, if he loses this one, then he effectively gives Kevin Baness the group. A win against Brian O'Man would dot the I's and cross the T's.
First leg,
for
it's
that
Will
to
to
happen.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Will Biden won this one yesterday. 4-3. He lost out to Graham on the first day, 4-1. So they're 1-1 for the week so far.
Yeah, that last game was one with a 29 dart leg. But Brian Raman will care nonetheless. He got over the line 4-3 against Pim. And it was one of those games where I think you could just kind of tell that both players are really close friends. And you could just tell it was really nervy as a result of it.
A very difficult game to play in as well. When you know your friend is struggling. It's not... It's just not easy to play against when that is happening to somebody.
125.
And the thing was that you actually watched the game back. It was only really when it got to those finishing line doubles where it really did come into play for Pim. But being here looking at 101 to
101.
Take the opening leg of this match. It's double top.
61.
Well, he has been able to take out a fair few of those ton toppers this week, Will, but unable to this time. But he has got plenty of time to his aid.
$140. Well, you require 40. Game shot on the first.
13 darter, really good start for Will Beeden.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Another fact of the day, another strange fact of the day. Graham Hall's new dart there.
100.
There's also Derek Coulson's new dart.
Ooh.
So when we saw Derek Coulson a few weeks ago, playing marvellously,
24.
making Champions Week and everything else, and he said he was using a new dart, it was actually a Graham Hall dart he was using. Thank you very much, Jack Garwood, for that information.
140.
He's occasionally useful, isn't he, our Jack?
Well, he stood up there next to the board all day looking at darts.
140.
What the same is, really.
Owen Binks is the man in the middle on this Wednesday morning.
91.
Busiest man in darts, I've been told.
123. Graham, you require 170.
Well, he took out a 170, didn't he, to win his previous game against Kevin Baness. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye if he finds a second treble, and we'll never know the answer to that age-old question.
85. $134. Graham, you require 85.
Double top.
Game
Well, this
shot
is
on the
putting up a
second
very
leg.
decent game, isn't it?
Graham Hall.
13 darter in the first leg for Will, 14
Well,
darter
it's
there
Will
for
to throw
Graham, and level we
first.
are one
Game on.
apiece.
$97.
Yeah, we mentioned it yesterday. These two aren't a million miles away from one another in location. on a map of the
81.
UK. Both from the Midlands, both know each other before they came here. Well, just a little bit further north in the Midlands, and there's the averages so far.
140.
Yeah, really tidy game this between the pair.
$41. $95.
Yeah, good last start from Hall there.
$98.
Yeah, 303 is the classic. Two treble 19s and a single 19 to leave 170. Binan was unable to do it and achieve that feat on this occasion.
65.
Good use of the bullseye there from Hall.
If Will Binan wins this game, he will ensure that he doesn't finish bottom of the
41.
group.
Graham, you require 120.
What that also means is that he wouldn't have to play first and last, because if you finish bottom of Group A, then you have to play the first game and the last game on both the days in Group C.
100. Will you require 164?
So 164 here for Will. Isn't going to be got on this occasion, and so Graham Hall's got a break opportunity here if he
47.
can
Graham, you
find
require
double 10.
20. Game show on the third
In
leg.
it goes.
Graham Hall.
And Graham Hall gets the break and opens
We'll bring
up
it to
a
Graham to throw first.
2-1 lead in this contest.
$42.
13, 14 and 16 darts for the first three legs of this match. Showing it's a more than tidy contest.
140.
Well, this the leg by leg play. 13 darter for Will to open up a 1-0 lead. Graham Hall
60.
100.2 for the two legs that followed. And is now looking to get a vice-like grip of the contest.
58.
This is the first game from the third round of fixtures.
140.
Coming up after this, Alex Small takes on Pim van Binan, and Kevin Baness will take on Brian Raman.
76.
That is so unlucky from Will Binan there. We spoke about in the last leg how he was didn't manage to achieve the 133 to lead the 170, and that one just hit the flight, did hit the green section of the treble and fall out, unfortunately for him.
102. $59. Graham, you require 157.
Yeah, you're right to hold your head there, young Will.
$81.
He feel he needs to leave himself a double here to pressure the 76 of Hall, otherwise Hall is going to be
100.
3-1 to the good.
76.
And he's done that. Pressured it nicely.
So tops it is.
36.
Just above the
Will
wire.
require
Dublin's
68.
been fairly decent at times today. 4 from 7 in his game against Baness. 4 from 13 against Pim.
52.
And he's going to get 3 more at a double to open up a 3-1 lead, because Binan has missed a chance to square up at 2-2.
Game on the 4th leg. Graham Hall.
Well, 3-1 Graham Hall.
5th leg, it's Will to throw first. Game on.
Was it me, or did our own Binks have a bit of a croak then? You have a bit of a squeak. Binksy has a bit of a croak. All sorts of countryside animals here at the Live Lounge.
It's been a long day for Owen.
41.
World-class, world-level referees, Owen Binks. One of the very, very best in the business. Refereed on the UK Open stage, has officiated many major matches, has officiated a World Championship semi-final as a chalker. He's one of the very best that the game has. And he's somebody that you'll see grace the big stages for many, many years to come.
100.
Anyway, that's the niceties out of the way with.
I was going to say, that's the one thing that we could say about the dart players are getting younger, and so are the referees.
83.
It used to be back in the day that they were...
61.
The referees were older, experienced, former players of the game.
Bullseye.
150.
Oh, would have been for 161. It would have been for the biggest finish of his week so far. Well, this
100.
Extend the game furthermore. It's double top. It's double 10. It's not there, but he has got time to his aid.
Yeah, pretty clever there, not leaving himself 10. Didn't do too much. Graham Hall is smashing all his equipment to pieces. There's another Robin Hood. 2 of those today.
Well, this is awkward. Double 5. Probably believe he's got a different target to aim at. But he cannot find it. And so Graham Hall is back for 98 to complete a 4-1 victory. And he's going to have to go through some running repairs after the Robin Hood of his previous visit.
Yeah, because if you leave it, you tend to follow it again. It leaves a gaping great hole in the flights.
And then pins the 98 perfectly. And Graham Hall just exerts some pressure on Kevin Baness at the top of the table. But what he has done is put himself in a great position to qualify for Group B. So 4-1 win for Graham Hall against Will Binan. Coming up after the break, it is Alex Small against Pim van Binan. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. The Modus Super Series has reached its halfway point on this
Game on.
Wednesday morning. Before the break, Graham Hall got the better of Will Beedon by 4 legs to 1. And we now have the meeting
55.
between Alex Small and Pim van Binan, 2 players who, so far today, have had a bit of a differing of fortunes. Alex Small, 1 win, 1 defeat so far today. A 4-0 loss to Brian Raman in his opener before a 4-2 win against Will Beedon. Pim van Binan still looking for that first win. He lost 4-0 in his opener to Graham Hall, and he had match darts in his
60.
previous game against Brian Raman, losing it 4-3 in what was a bit of a marathon game, with the truth be told. The longest game actually we've seen at the Super Series in 2025. And it was one of those games where it just felt like, because both players knew one another, there was just a little bit too much respect. It was a little bit nervy as a result of it.
140.
And I actually think this could be the type of game that, for Pim, might just give him a little bit of freedom, a little bit of license.
44.
I actually think the scenario that he's in now, he'll know the situation he's in.
96.
He can finish 5th, but what he's got now is he's got 3 games from this point onwards to get himself in a good space, a good spot ahead of Thursday and Friday in Group C. He can kind of play these 3 games with an air of, what do I want to get out of this, and then how do I get myself in the best position for Thursday and Friday.
59.
He's not chasing points anymore, even though he wants to win games. He's trying to put himself in place ahead of the final couple of days worth of action now.
58.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is the most important thing. He needs to be forgetting about trying to win games. It's working out how he manages to get these things
81.
out of his hands as quickly as he can.
The one thing that struck me speaking to to Pim earlier on this
40.
morning. Admittedly, it wasn't a long conversation, but I think the one thing that struck me and it was the positivity in which he is taking every single aspect of this week. He's enjoying the experience. He's enjoying the chance to play in front of the cameras. He's enjoying the challenge of it.
28. Alec, you require 52.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got to give himself a chance to... That loss in the last game would have hurt him very
20.
badly. And there's a knock-on effect to that. And so we have to be aware of that.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of an emotion, didn't we, towards the end of the game against Bayern. But that's the only time we've ever really seen a tell from him. He's
100.
kept
Alec, you require
everything in
32.
check pretty much throughout the course of the 3 days so far, as Small looks for double eight
Game
to
shot on the first leg.
take a
Alex
1-0
Small.
lead in the contest.
Second leg, it's Pim to throw first. Game on.
Watching him over the last couple of days, he does seem to have a
46.
routine that he flicks back to try and get that first dart to go.
93.
He's fully aware of it. There's a deep breath involved. There's a bounce on the foot involved.
$65.
And now when he gets them to be thrown in the right place, there's a couple he's had today that are ricocheted out of the
140.
treble 20.
$60. $58. $26. $134.
Well, Small back for 76 to get the break of throw and open up a 2-0 lead in the
60.
contest.
Alec, you require 76.
2 8s. Double 4. I was just about
72.
to say, didn't want to go inside because he had plenty of time. And this could just all of a sudden just get a little bit messy potentially. Rueful shake of the head.
$60. Alec, you require 4.
Just want to hit this first time and get on with the
Game shot
next
the
leg, and
second
that's
leg.
exactly
Alex
what he
Small.
does.
Yeah, that's the attitude on that one.
Third leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
Get it done. On to the next.
100.
Just can't wait to get this one out the way, Alex Small.
100. $43. 59. $78. $60.
There has been just little openings at
60.
times for Pim in this game, which he just hasn't really been able to seize upon. But he's got one here because Alex scoring prowess hasn't quite matched up to the previous legs. But he's got a chance here to chalk one on the board.
$55.
The hard thing for Small here is that he's quite a rapid flow player, and although Van Binen's doing nothing on purpose, it does upset your rhythm. And he's doing well considering. So you have to say well done to Alex Small here.
$100. Alec, you require 80.
So this to move 3-0 to the good. Well, I'd say there's a lot in the way, but actually, he's been quite good with tops when he's had a couple of blockers. 3-0.
Yeah, he has. He's found a way, hasn't he, each time?
Flag, it's Pim to throw first. Game on.
Small still battling away for his Group B lifeline.
$60. $85.
Maxi for Pim.
$100.
Both the previous results between these two have been 4-3. It's one apiece in head-to-heads.
100. $90. Pim, you require 161.
Well, 6 starts from here, Pim, to reduce the gap back down to 3-1 and to force Alex Small to serve it out in the next.
$95. $41. Pim, you require 66.
So to extend the game, Van Binan Looking at 66 to force Alex Small to serve it out in the next. 2 in his hand at double 18. Alex Small nods it, said he thinks this is going. And he'd be right in thinking so. That first dart bent the wire, but it was such an inviting guide for the second. Managed to nestle away in and to get a leg on the board, much to the bemusement of Alex Small, who now has the dart to see the job through.
100. $99. $140. $100. $45.
Chance then for Van Bynen to get back into this leg.
$58.
Needed a significant treble, not to be this time. One for one before
94.
the last, has options. These are 1, 2, 2. Ironically, exactly half the score that Van Bynen has left.
One of those games of half it. There's a triple with the last, leaving himself on a finish. So Small here looking at 1, 2, 2 to win the match. So had a couple of slips, hasn't he, into the 4 looking at 18s.
28. Pim, you require 100.
Yeah, that's a situation where you're kind of waiting for your opponent a little bit. You can't wait to get in there and do something, and you kind of overrush it a little bit.
Not to be, so Alex Small will come back having a look at 94 to complete a 4-1 victory.
94.
And it would put him onto 14 points. It would put him temporarily above Raman in the standings ahead of his game against Kevin Baness in a couple of moments' time. This to wrap it up. Double 8 doesn't go, and Van Bynen is back. He should get 2 darts at tops here.
Yeah, he should indeed, and
well, that's precariously close. And because it's laid there, the lie for tops is awkward. The flight's in the way because his darts stand up to attention. What is it this week? With players blocking targets and then finding it. It seems to be a trend. And Binan, the latest to follow, pretty much the suit that Alex Small's created. He's got the break back. The game returns to throw back to 3-2. And importantly, Pim Van Bynen here has the darts in his hand to force a last leg decider.
77.
I think he needs to have a look at his points and a little bit of point management there. That one, hit the wire smack on, and I was always advised by
77.
one of my dart manufacturers that I was sponsored by for a fair few years. The maker would advise me to bevel the point off, to sharpen the point to a bevel, so that on these types of wires, if it does hit square on, your dart will go around it. If you've got a blunt point on these blade wires and you do hit it square on, there's only one thing that's going to happen to it. It's going to take away the forward motion and make the thing drop on the floor. It's something that I've always done ever since. I've always done you've got to have a bit of points maintenance on your darts to make sure that that doesn't happen. And of course, if you've got a bevel on your point and you hit that, it has to go round it.
100.
Well, I'll tell you what, credit here has to go to Pim van Bijnen, because he looked absolutely out of this game. He's found another level, which he didn't have earlier on in the contest, and he's forcing the issue of Alex Small.
He has, and he plays better when obviously that first dart goes quicker and he finds a better rhythm.
$140.
Tried the old 180 to leave double two trick, but he's left himself on 44.
80. Pim require 44.
And this takes all the way, and potentially a 5-visit leg as well. 12 for double 16.
Game
In it
shot
goes.
the
14 darts, a
Pim van
really
Bijnen.
good leg. And we go
7
all
from
the
5
way.
against Alex to throw first. Game on.
So from 3-0 up here for Alex Small, looking absolutely tidy. He's now got to dig deep and find something.
140.
This is an important game for him. He's running out of time for his assault on making Group B.
But you look at the legs that Pim's won. He's actually shut the door a little bit for Alex, because the two legs on throw, 15 and 14, 5-visit legs with the darts in his hand. Effectively, Alex Small had to go out in 12 or less in both those legs.
100.
Yeah, no, we're not disputing. When Van Bijnen has found it, he's been on it. He's been on point. He's been very good.
But this is all part of that learning experience, isn't it? When you're playing at a level like this, is then finding that on that consistent enough basis, because if you don't, that is when you get punished, when you're playing the clientele that you play here at the Super Series.
Yeah, nothing is easy. I was speaking to Graham Hall earlier today, and he was saying about it's like playing on the Challenge Tour. It's that kind of level here. There's no gimme games here. There's just people that are having off days here sometimes. It doesn't mean to say they are not a good player. It's just they've got themselves into a rut and can't get out of it. And you have to say this young man at 19 years old is showing a lot of courage, an awful lot of courage. One, just to be here and take the spot here. And two, he really is having the kitchen sink thrown at him, and it's affecting him, and he's having to come back from it constantly.
Well, Alex Small is seemingly just awoken in the nick of time. 76 left after 12 in this last leg. Was 3-0 up. Saw that lead evaporate, but now sees his opponent right on his tail. It was a maximum that really started the comeback for Pim van Bijnen. He's found a big one there, and Alex Small has not just missed a big number, but he's missed the board altogether.
36. Pim, you require 101.
Yeah, that was one that in the pubs they'd be crying, I live closer than that.
Was looking for the ball there to the double 16. So Alex Small led 3-0, was
40.
pushed to the brink, but now looks at double top to complete a 4-3 win. And once again, Pim van Bynen has been very resolute, but then has been beaten in a last leg decider. Alex Small with a 4-3 victory, was 3-0 up, was taken to the wire, but now can have the points safely in his pocket. At the tail of the tape from that particular match. Next up, it is Kevin Baness and Brian Raman.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Alex Small got the better of Pim van Bynen by 4 legs to 3. Our 9th game is the final game from the 3rd round of fixtures. It sees Kevin Baness take on Brian Raman. Kevin seeing his lead at the top of the table be whittled down to just a couple of points, but he can put himself 4 clear with 4 left to play for if he can get the better of the Whittler in this one. For Brian, a victory here would see him leapfrog Alex Small into 3rd. It would then mean that there'd be a little bit of a battle, really, for both top and 3rd position. And I don't think anybody exactly thought there'd be 2 races to be ran on this Wednesday morning. Well, once Brian stops chatting with Owen Binks, we will get the action underway.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Save the conversations for after, Brian.
42.
Underway we are in our 9th game of the morning
52.
session. What would be your assessment of the story of the day so far in this group?
Probably Graham Hall, I reckon. Coming through being unbeaten, he's
97.
still sort of challenging and taking the fight to Baness, but on what he probably feels
100.
could be a lost cause. I think we probably all feel the same. But this group has been a bit strange today, and
45.
should Baness not win this one here against Raman, who himself is desperately after trying to get that Group B spot. Him and Alex Moore battling away. They're going toe for toe.
125.
On game for game. The unfortunate thing for Alex Moore was he lost to Brian early doors. Had he won that, life would have been a bit easier for him.
Kevin, you've got 94.
But now that Brian's won that game, he's got to go and make sure he backs that up by winning others. And so
Game shown the first leg. Kevin Baness.
Baness has had 3 games off, and
Second leg, it's
I
Brian.
feel it was an age ago that he was up there playing.
$51.
I don't think Kev would be too dissatisfied with the way that his schedule's gone, because he's having a couple of decent breaks between them. We saw yesterday a little bit of a flare with the hands. So actually he's getting decent breaks between matches, which is probably for him the perfect storm.
100.
Yeah, agreed. If you are having a little ailment,
81.
you do need to have a little break between games, but sometimes it can overemphasize it. Sometimes
40.
you can overthink it.
$80. $40.
Well, that is landed right by the end of the hockey line. If he stood to the left and through, he may have had to have flinched for a second.
Yeah, yesterday he had one that came back sort of head height, didn't he?
60.
And he had to dodge and went right back to the hockey throw point.
$60.
It's almost as if sometimes he plays darts, and the way that some of the bounce outs violently deflect back, it looks like he's also then playing a game of squash.
100.
Well crafted ton there for Kev to leave himself on tops to open up a 2-0 lead.
58. Kevin, you require 40.
Awkward. He'll probably be happy that he's got a clean target.
20.
But double 10 doesn't
Ryan
marry up, and Raman is back for 152 to level the score up at 1 apiece, and that is sat beautifully. Sat beautifully for double 16.
Game shown the second leg. Brian Raman.
Well, for a leg and a half, he was showing absolutely nothing at all. And then all of a sudden, he pulls out a 152 from the fire.
Game on.
Wednesday's turning out to be the day of big shot-outs. 170 already seen from Graham Hall. 152 from Brian Raman. And I think he's still shaking his head. He can't believe it happened and where it came from.
77.
Right, it was one of those finishes that came from absolutely nowhere, but you knew as soon as that first dart went in, the angle it went in, the second dart had every single chance.
60. 60. $140. 45. $43.
Well, Baness, first to finish, leaving 158 to move himself 2-1 to the good.
58. Kevin, you require 158.
Oh, it's not going to be one of these games, is it? Where they just hit each other in counter-punch after counter-punch. It was the 152 of Binan in the previous leg, and that's been trumped by the 158 there from Kev Baness. And both players see the funny sides of it. They haven't hit anything in terms of the scoring stakes in this game, but when it's come to the finishing, they've been right on point.
$100.
It has been a showcase of finishing, hasn't it?
81. $57.
And of course, win here, Baness will be on 22 points, 4 clear haul, 4 left to play for.
85.
And Kev will take on Pim van Binan in his next game. Graham Hall could
57.
surrender the group if he loses to Alex Small in the match after this, and Baness gets the job done here.
$60. $140.
What odds this 147 goes, Scott?
None whatsoever, because I saw him at the 19 before you said anything.
147.
But yeah, absolutely. It's been one of those, you feel like everyone in that area is going to go.
39.
Well, because Brian scored so lowly with that previous turn, he's got another opportunity at a ton plus out.
56.
He'll be more worried about leveling this game up at 2-2, and he's got a very good opportunity to do that upon his return.
44. Brian, you require 52. Game shot on the
That
fourth
double
there.
16's working for
Raman.
Brian today. It worked for him yesterday. It's working again
It's
today.
Kevin to throw first.
I'm just beginning to get the sense that it's not 100% there, but it's all just beginning to click together. And if it all conjoins as one, he could be a dangerous prospect for the rest of the week.
40.
Yeah, I think you're right. It could happen. And another bounce out here.
Not another one.
$131. $26.
It really is a strange day here on the board, isn't it?
$79.
They're in and out of the purple patches like a fiddler's elbow here this morning.
$137. $140. 100. Brian Nivek,
So
151.
Raman, 6 starts on 151 to get the break and open up a 3-2 lead in this match.
131.
He's himself double 10 after just 12 darts.
180. Brian Nivek,
Max to leave double 9, and Kev Baness put his arm in the air like he don't care. But that's a 13 darter for Brian Raman. Then despite all the ton plus hitting we've seen in this contest, that's the best leg we've seen so far. And he has the darts now to win this contest.
Penny for your thoughts, Kev. What's going through your mind here? You know you need one win. And everybody's stepping up against you. Here we go. Raman is at it again.
81.
What is going through your mind, Kevin? What is going through your mind?
Well, what's going through Brian's mind right now?
139.
Well, the 9 dart attempts off, but Kevin Baness here, let's get this right, he's now in a world of trouble. Loses this game, Graham Hall would have the chance to go to the top of the group if he beats Alex Moore in the next one. This is very quickly unravelling. For a man who was 1-8 on with the bookies at the beginning of the day to go on and win this group.
It's definitely squeaky backside time. There's no two ways about it.
Brian Nivek, 126.
Single leaves the ball. Bullseye for the match. It would have been for yet another big ton plus out. But Baness needs this 140. Needs it desperately and he won't get it.
44. Brian Nivek,
well, for Brian Raman, it's a win that will do him the world of good, but it's a defeat which will put Kevin Baness in a world of trouble. Double 8 doesn't go. And so Baness is back for 96 to take us all the way.
Well, the way this morning's going, you think this is going to go. Stranger things have happened.
78.
Well,
no, it's not there, Kev. It's not there. Owen Bink said
60.
it's not there.
Well, they both kissed so close to the wire either side, but neither could find a way through. And so Raman back now for double 8. Took him a bit of time to get over the line in his previous match against Pim van Binan. And he's got an awkward lie there. Finds a way through. And a 4-2 win for Brian Raman against Kevin Baness means the Riddler's in the top 3. And for Kevin Baness, who had a 6-point cushion at the beginning of the day, could find himself in second position if after the break, Graham Hall gets the better of Alex Moore. What a crazy day we have seen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we have seen. Before the break, Kevin Baness lost 4-2 to Brian Raman. It now means that Graham Hall can go top if he gets a bit of Alex Moore. Let's have a look at the table then. Going into the penultimate round of fixtures. 6 more games to go. Baness, 20 points. Hall, 18 points. Raman and Small both on 14. And Brian Raman's made some big gains in the legs difference column. So let's get into our 10th game then of the session. It is a meeting between Hall and Small here on the live lounge stage. A win for Graham would see him go to the top of the table. An opportunity which, look, he always put himself in play for, but I can imagine he probably realistically didn't expect to get. But now it's here. He's got to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, he's got the thumb screws on him, hasn't he? It's the one thing that you can say. We did mention it at the start of the day. When he beat Kev Baness, he put himself in a position
First leg, it's Graham to throw first.
to be able to put Kev in a bit of a spot. And that's exactly what's happened. You're now getting, with 2 games to go, which game can I win? You're putting all the emphasis on this one game, and I've been here before in a very similar situation myself in a Group C games. Winning out all the games on one day, and I never won another one on the next, and everything. I was going, nah, don't worry. I've got 2 games to go. I only need 1 to make sure I'm through, or whatever. And it just didn't happen.
Well, Alex Small kicking off with a max. He managed to get over the line against Pim van Buynen 4-3 in his previous game, but boy, did he make heavy weather of it. He led the game 3-0, let that lead evaporate, managed to then claw over the line eventually 4-3. As for Graham, he got the better of Will, beaten by 4 legs to 1 in his previous game, 88.16 the average, 4 from 7 on his doubles. It was reliable. In fact, his doubling's been fairly good today. 4 from 13 in his first game against Pim van Buynen, but the last couple he's been exceptional. 4 from 7 in them both against Kevin Baness in a 4-2 win, and in that game I just mentioned against Will Beeden there.
Well,
that 140 there from Graham Hall, well timed. Piles the pressure on the 120. Good guy for the treble. Couldn't quite follow it.
75.
And so Graham will come back looking at 56 to take the opening leg of the contest. It's double top. Now double 10.
46.
Moves inside, and so Small will come back looking to get an opening leg break.
Yeah, chance of a break here. Only just hits the 13. Yeah. Justin just shakes his head.
Game show on the first.
And that was always going to happen. Hall was sat there looking, thinking, oh, he's got 1 dart in his hand.
Second leg.
The way that this group has been today, that's been the way it's been going. Last dart in hand.
60. $83. $91.
I've been jesting about Alex Small and his size 8 feet and his size 14 shoes. He does actually have size 14 shoes. I think he's actually a 15, somebody told me yesterday.
55.
Unless they were pulling my leg, of course.
Well, he does have a decent pair of shoes on, does Alec? It seems to be a Welsh trend. Kurt Parry always has a marvellous pair of shoes, doesn't he? Can't believe we're talking cobblers, Scott.
81.
Me and you in the commentary box talking, and what a fine pair of shoes they are. Talking cobblers.
56.
Northampton's the most famous shoemaking town. That's why their football team are nicknamed the Cobblers.
Oh, I didn't know that.
95.
One more fun fact for you, Scott, and I promise to stop there. Northampton Town are the only team in the history of the English football pyramid to have gone from
58.
Division 4 to the First Division, and then from the First Division back down to Division 4 in consecutive seasons. So 4-3-2-1 to 2-3-4.
Marvellous. I remember when they beat Basingstoke in the FA Cup. First round, Sky Sports were there.
Probably the only person that remembers that.
I know, I remember it, because my mate took the penalty that missed that cost them Basingstoke going through.
Another. Yes. 88. Just inside.
128.
Yeah, he was injured at the time, and they put him on with a minute to go. They played extra time. They played everything. He was the specialised penalty taker. Went and smashed it straight over the bar.
The ball, and you get the sense this is a big dart.
62.
Because Alex Small's back here. Freeborn had a double forward to lead 2-0.
Game shot
And
the
then it
second
goes.
leg. Alex Small.
And 2-0 Alex Small leads.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
It would be fair to say here that Kev Baness is out the back with his rah-rah skirt and pom-poms on, cheering on Alex Small.
Ah, 81. Kev
would look all right in a rah-rah skirt, wouldn't he? And with that nice suntan he's got.
Well, certainly nobody can be planning any trips to the beach at this present moment in time. But Graham Hall here, there's another thing as well, isn't there, where he's put himself in this position, an unlikely position, but what he doesn't want to do is then throw it away.
180.
But I feel he's in a bit of a tough position here because he's playing Alex Small, who's also in a position where he's battling away for that Group B spot with Brian Raman. And so there's something massive on it for him here. Yes, he can't top the table. So the bigger picture is it's all about Graham Hall and can he now go top of the table. But for Smalley, he's chasing. He's chasing Brian, and he's trying to do the same to Brian as the G-Man has been doing to Kev Baness. There's been two little battles happening all day so far on day 3, the Wednesday of Group A.
60.
And credit has to go here to Alex. Well, having in excess of 95. It's been a really handy performance thus far.
96. Graham, you require 120.
Left tops after 12 to move 3-0 to the good. Unless Graham Hall has got another big finish in his locker. He found the big fish early on today. Can he find the 120? You get the sense he has to. Cannot find the treble. Small back for tops.
100. Alec, you require.
I feel he had to hit that, otherwise it was my old hairstyle for him. Curtains.
Game shot on the third leg.
Oh, he used that guide of the first start well, didn't he? Nestled it off the barrel and he gets the double break. Does Alex Small. 3-0 he leads.
Game on.
I'll tell you what, Kevin Baness, if this result goes the way of Alex Small, can breathe a huge sigh of relief. Because all of a sudden it's back in his hands again.
$60.
But we do know that Alex Small has a bit of a vulnerability when it comes to 3-0 leads. But it doesn't look like this is going to be an occasion where he's going to let that advantage slip by.
41.
I think the reaction of G-Man there shows that he feels this game is long gone.
134.
And Alex Small there just turns the thumbscrew on him with another couple of big significant trebles in the form of treble 19s. And
Alec, you require 87.
He's now coming back for 87 and a 4-0 win. Who saw this coming?
55.
Well, he's left himself double 16 after just a dozen darts. Average Just underneath the 99 mark. It's been a really good display from Alex Small. 3-180s, 50% on his doubles. And he has an opportunity now to see off Graham Hall to nil if he can find double 16. And he finds it. Well, that was a really good performance from Alex Small. A big win, but for Graham Hall, a big defeat because he just put himself back in the reckoning. A victory in that one would have seen him go top of the table, but he's been thwarted by Alex Small, who's in a race with Brian Raman for the final Group B spot. Really good performance, as you can see on your screen there. Coming up next, Brian Raman takes on Will Binan. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Graham Hall lost out 4-0 to Alex Small. And that means an opportunity that Graham had to potentially top the group has come to pass. And so next up for us, Brian Raman takes on Will Binan. It's game 11 of our session. 5 more games to go on this Wednesday afternoon. Plenty more darts to be thrown here on Pluto TV.
First leg, it's Brian to
And
throw
there's a
first.
huge game in the mix
Game
for
on.
Group B qualification. If Raman can win this one, then he will leapfrog Alex Small once again into third position. Well, that's a perfect start. So he takes on Will Binan, who's looking to pick up his first win of the day.
45. 140. 46. 127. 95. Brian require 54. Game shot on the first leg.
That is a dozen
Brian
data
Raman.
for Brian Raman to get things started. The double
Second
nine
leg, it's
found,
Will
the
to throw
54
first.
got.
Game on.
1-0 to the Belgian.
Yeah, he's got this little mini battle going on, hasn't he, with
100.
Alex Moore for the Group B spot, and Alex Moore holds it on points at the moment, but should
94.
Raman win here, his leg difference is slightly better, and if he can win here big, then he can make the leg difference almost
45.
impossible for Alex Moore to catch up. It will be then all on the points on the table. So
60.
as we know, sometimes on a Wednesday, the leg count back can be worth a point almost to you. And at the moment, that's in the favour of Raman.
44. 58. 60.
Well, this time tomorrow, Group C will be getting underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
100.
There has been a slight change to the advertised menu for Group C tomorrow. Martin Adams, unfortunately, has had to withdraw
100.
from the event, and so he's going to be replaced by Johnny Haynes, Swindon's finest. So he's going to be joining us tomorrow afternoon and Friday afternoon
60. Brian require 89.
from 1 o'clock here on Pluto TV. Raman back for 89 to open up a two-leg lead, double 16, just
73.
inside.
William require 132. 92. Brian require 16.
Been a really handy performance from Brian so far.
Game shot on the second leg.
12 dart on the
Brian
first
Raman.
leg. Decent leg there. 2 nearly leads, average just under
Third
97.
leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
I've got to say, I think he's really beginning to find something here, Brian.
Yeah, his last game of the day is against
80.
Baness for Raman.
$64.
No, it's not. Sorry, it's against Hall.
And Graham will not want that game to
100.
finish up if he's still got a group to potentially win.
Yeah, Raman plays Hall in the final group, final block of 3, and Baness plays Small.
100.
Our next match after this
60.
one, we'll see Baness take on Pim van Binan.
$100.
In a game that he desperately needs a win, and that might not come easy.
56.
The pace of Van Binan could make Baness come unstuck.
99.
Uh, 135, and knowing how maverick a player Brian Raman is, we could see absolutely anything here,
85.
but
Will you
a
require
bit more than
138?
conventional. And so beat at 138 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1, not to be on this occasion.
I think that was a sensible dart from Raman because
100.
he gets
Brian
two
Maguire,
digs at that treble
120.
20 now. Binan has left himself 38. Now he's got to avoid that one. Will he have to go back the other way? Has he gone far enough?
80. Well, you
Yeah,
require
he has.
38.
I think the indication there was he overflicked it.
There was so much he could have caught there. But he's going to
22.
get
Brian Maguire,
3 more at
40.
it, and he's going to have a clear aim at it. Wow, he says.
Took the power off too much there, didn't he? And the elevation dropped rapidly, making it look like a very poor dart, which I suppose in Brian's eyes it was.
30.
That one's
Well,
not
you
helped
require
him. So now
16.
Binan, who went for a 6 to leave this side of the
James
board,
on the third
now
leg.
goes and
Will
takes
Binan.
his chance.
Fourth leg, it's Will to throw first. Game on.
And with a bit of momentum and a leg win comes a 180 right behind it.
35.
And are the seas are changing in this game? Is the Tungsten Tide for a turning?
100.
The man from Wednesbury has found the blue touch paper and lit it himself.
60.
Really needs to hit another treble here. And he's done that. So more or less put Raman out of the leg. And not only is he another treble, he's hit another 2 to go with it. And another 180. His second of the match. And all of a sudden, this game is turning on its head.
140. Well, you require 41.
Well, how many times do we say this in a best-of-7 game, how everything
Game
could just
shot
suddenly
the full
shift?
flag.
That's an 11 darter
Will
from
Binan.
Will Binan, couple of 180s in it. We're back level at
Fifth leg,
2-2.
it's
Both
Brian
players
to
have had a
throw
19
first.
dart leg.
Game
Both
on.
players have had a 4-visit leg. Well, this is how the game has progressed on a leg-by-leg
40.
basis. 13, 14, 16. And the previous leg, as you can see there, an 11 darter.
41. $96. $140.
Bidan's definitely found his groove here.
99. $60. $40.
Well, with that treble-less turn, a break opportunity has presented itself for Will, who, remember, had
100.
trailed this game 2-0. And probably at that point, the way that both players are playing, you probably expected Brian Raman to go on and take victory rather comprehensively, but it's not didn't seem to be that way. But that's a
140.
big
Well, you require
140. Needs him on a
160.
2-darter, and maybe that could be a visit that keeps his opponent at bay once again.
60. Brian
Yeah, I have to
McQuarrie,
say, before that
86.
score of Raman, I was thinking the rah-rah skirt be doing the rounds in the players' room. It was the Alex Small's turn to be wearing it.
61. Well, we require 100.
Didn't even contemplate the treble there, did he? Went safe for the ball to have at least a go at something. Peter went tops, unable to get.
40. Brian required 25.
And so this to go within one. 8-8. Now 2 4s.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And
Brian
found
Raman.
rather comprehensively.
Yeah, did well there,
Sixth leg,
Raman.
it's Will to throw first.
That top
Game
shot is not the easiest shot that you can think of as a player. If you don't practice that in your practice regime at home and do it a few times when it happens, then when you come to try and do it in a
100.
game, you're not used to doing it. And went a little bit high. It's something you do have to practice. Some of these shots that you see
43.
the players do here at the Live Lounge during a Super Series week, these guys have practiced it at home and tried it at
60.
home. Even probably the one where Gerverbach hit the 3 bullseyes for 150. It's something he would have practiced at home. He wouldn't have tried that for the very first time because there'd have been a doubt in your mind and you'd have never hit it. So if there's a doubt in your mind because you haven't tried a special shot or you think it's a little cheeky and you haven't settled in your mind that that's the way to do
100.
it, when you come out in a match situation and do it, all you're doing is destiny to fail.
You know what they say about failing to prepare?
Yeah, you leave your socks at home.
35.
Well, I wonder how much of Brian we're going to see this year. He'll obviously want to be at the next Champions Week. We've seen him at Specials Week this year.
100.
The Global Championship is something that's very much high up on his priority list. That will be taking place in December. That will be live here on Pluto TV.
Well, we
As the man piled in his second max of the match to put himself on the cusp of victory.
$60. Brian require 103.
So 103 to get the job done for 2. Not to Bean. So Bean at the very least should get a dart at the ball to take us all the
Well,
way.
you
And
require
because Raman's
81.
left on trusty double 13, he may have to take this chance.
Right that today's gone, I think they'll get this. 20 for tops.
41. Brian require.
Yeah, right smile from in there. Never really gave it a chance, did he?
Game.
And you never expected Brian Raman to miss double 13. He got off to a very quick start there, did Raman. He had a little bit of a stutter in the middle, aided and abetted by some brilliance of Will Beaton, including an 11 dart leg. But he manages to get over the line, and he manages to leapfrog Alex Small on the table. Coming up after the break, Pim van Bynen takes on Kevin Baness.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there,
require
George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. Got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Brian Raman get the better of Will Binan by 4 legs to 2. That puts him on to 16 points in the group, level with Alex Small in 3rd position. Now, Kevin Baness is in a position here where he can win the group right here, right now. He gets the better of Pim van Bynen in this particular
leg,
contest.
it's
Then
Pim to
it will
throw
be
first.
job done
Game
for
on.
the man from Northern Ireland. He will be safely through to Saturday's final. He can do it even with a defeat in this one if Graham Hall loses to Brian Raman. Any win basically from this point
60.
onwards for Kevin Baness is enough to send him through. As you can see there at the live in-play table, Baness 20 points to his name. That'll be enough to see him win the group. Graham Hall and Brian Raman in the current Group B spots, but Alex Small chasing down the Belgian in the last round of fixtures. And then there's a bit of a gap between the top 4 and the bottom 2. Will Binan in 5th, and as you can see there, Pim van
60.
Bynen bottom of the table. Now, he has been picking up a win a day, his Pim, but he hasn't done so far on this Wednesday. A trend that he's looking to
81.
arrest here.
And you have to say all the Baness followers will be hoping that he doesn't.
I think Kevin will just want to get it done with that game to spare. I don't think he wants any kind of hullabaloo going into the final round of fixtures.
41.
Well, particularly with Alex Small in the form that he was in the last game, the way that he pretty much demolished Graham Hall 4-0. And Graham Hall has been the
100.
guy that has been top of the averages on Monday, top of the averages yesterday, on Tuesday. And Alex Small made him look very ordinary in his quest for a Group B position. Needed to win it, so win it he did.
100.
Baness has turned the throw over in this opening leg here. 6 starts on 220 to move a leg to the good. Finds a 140. Leaves himself on a 2-darter after 12.
Yeah, very tidy start against the throw from Baness.
$41. Kevin, you require 80.
So Baness looking at 80 to take out the opening leg, and he's got plenty of time. Got a beautiful guy for tops. Surely has
40.
to just nestle that on the barrel, but he was unable to do so.
$99. Kevin, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah,
Kevin
nicely done from
Baness.
Baness. That'll settle the nerves a little.
Second leg, it's Kevin to
there were
throw
any.
first. Game on.
Yeah, I'm not sure Kevin Baness is one of those players, is he, that deals with nerves, or deals in nerves, shall I say.
81. 55. $100. 140. 100. 123.
Bit of a flick there with the last dart from Van Binan, but it proved very successful.
60.
Sensible from Baness there. Needed to stay straight and make sure with that last dart. So went across the oche to open up the 20. Obviously was going for the treble, but wasn't successful. So let's set on 160. Van Binan. It's another
140. Kevin, you require
big
160.
time pressure on Baness here. A treble would do.
60.
Not to be. So two troubleless
You
visits
require
from
43.
Baness. Sees it advantage Van Binan.
To level this game up at 1 apiece and to get the break back. Potential 14 darter hit. 37 left. Finds a single 17 and inside on the double
Kevin,
10.
you require 100.
And so Baness back for the ton to confirm the break of the previous leg. But he's going to have to find double 19 here. And able to do so. And so Van Binan will return. He's got 3 more in his hand, a double 5 to square this game up at 1 apiece. And it will be a break apiece at the
39.
beginning of this particular
Kevin,
contest.
you require 10.
Double 2.
8.
Doesn't go.
Kevin, you require 61.
And so Baness has been given another opportunity to stretch a 2-0 lead. It's double 18. Now across for double 9.
Game
And he
shot,
makes
the second leg.
absolutely
Kevin
no
Baness.
mistake whatsoever. 2-0 to Kevin Baness.
Yeah, opportunity goes begging there
it's
for
pinned
Van
to throw
Binan. That would have been a
Game on.
break straight back for him, but a few missed darts at a double. Sees him 2-0 down, and Baness will be very relieved. Although he knows it's not job done here. He's only
45.
halfway. I have to say in the commentary box here, we're surprised it has taken down to game 12 to get this secured. We really did expect it at the top of the show to
140.
be done and dusted within the first few games.
Yeah, you kind of expected Kev to kind of do what he needed to do. You expected Graham to kind of do his side of the bargain, but you just expected the lead to be just that little bit too much. But it's a couple of legs there now for Kevin to get the job done.
59. $45. 41. $95. 81.
Baness here pushing on the door of a
81.
3-0 lead in this game. Binan has one more game to play in this group. The last game of the group against Will Binan.
45. Kevin, you require
If Kevin
104.
needs it, he's got Alex Small to play in the penultimate match. Raman and Hall is next.
Well, after what Alex Small did to Graham Hall, he won't want it to go there, that's for sure.
100.
He'll want to get it done and dusted here now that he's 2-0 up.
So yeah, Raman Hall, Baness Small and Binan van Binan finishes up the group. Baness looking at top to go 3-0 up. If he gets a double break, he'll be a leg away from picking up the Group A honours.
140.
He's going to be put under pressure. Van Binan back on a 2 darter if this doesn't go. Double 10. Fives. Above.
30. Him, you require 90.
Yeah, when you miss the 10s on the inside by that far, there's just a little click that goes in your head going, well, if I can't hit that, I'm not going to hit 5s, am I? And more often than not, you don't.
Bullseye.
40.
And again, now one of those bounce outs that you
Kevin, you require 10.
spoke about, Scott. And so Baness 3-0. We'll do the split on 10.
Game
And
shot
make
the
no
third
mistake
leg.
on the double 4.
Kevin
3-0
Baness.
he leads. Double breaker throw. And now Kevin
Full flag,
Baness
it's Kevin to
has
throw
the
first.
darts in
Game on.
his hand to win this Group A.
Yeah, and that'd be a bit of relief.
45.
For Kevin.
$100. $43. $82.
Really good 140 that for Kevin. It's just wrestled this leg back in his control somewhat.
$59.
Well, is this the bit of finesse that Baness needs to
99.
eventually get this job done once and for all? 174. And if Van Binan comes up trebleless here, he'll have 6 on that mark to finally get the job done. He needed that cushion he got at the beginning of the day to wrap it up. And it looks like now he's
9.
very much set in motion to eventually get over the line.
94.
Nice find with the last from Baness. Leaves himself on 80 points.
$100.
So this to seal the deal in Group A for Kevin Baness. He strayed wide. Went treble 17. Did not like the idea of 25 bull. Maybe a little bit in mind of Van Binan being back at 151.
$95.
So all about Baness now then.
Double top.
No
It's not
score.
there, and Van Binan will get another opportunity.
56.
He's had 4 darts at a double in this game. Should get 2 more here. It's only going to be 1 dart.
Game shot on the 4th.
How many times, though, does that happen? A slip with the first dart and then pop, just like that. And also, it's a break of throw for Pim Van Binan. If he holds here, we're back to 3-2, and suddenly it gets a little bit scrappy for Kev. The champagne is on ice.
99. $95. $80. $43.
Good shot at the height of concentration there from Owen Binks.
100.
Well, Owen's the only person actually in the
57.
building that his job means that he's got to be on it all the time. And we say it quite a lot when we have sessions which just slightly overrun, that the referee's the one that kind of gets given a bit of the short straw.
He looks in awe of it all, to be honest.
31.
Referee Jack Garwood having a timely day off.
60.
Six from here for 3-2.
$59. 81. Pim, you require 100.
6 darts and 1-3-2 to bring it back to 3-2. And he'd force Kevin Baness to serve it out here. It would force the issue again of Baness on throw to get it done and to get it won. And because Baness isn't on a finish, he has good options here, but decides to persevere with the ball. Do you? Yes, he did. He had that glint in his eye, didn't he?
$57. Pim, you require 41.
To keep the game going. Double 16.
9.
Well, this could be it.
Kevin, you
This
require
could be it, and this could be the moment for Kevin Baness. 108 for Group A glory. Shanghai 18
90.
doesn't get the job done, not
Pim,
just
you
yet.
require 32.
He did do that 108 yesterday, didn't he? In that very same direction against Brian Raman.
Double 8. One left. Cannot get it.
Kevin, you require
3
80.
darts in hand now for Kevin Baness to win this group. And he thinks about his options. He splits it. It's 10 for double 4. And in Group A, Baness is the best.
Baness.
He had a big lead going into today's play. And he needed that huge lead. He hangs on to the lead. And he can now, in a relieved manner, prepare for Saturday night. He was made to work hard for it in the end. He gets himself through. He's beaten Pim van Bynen 4-1. Next up, Brian Raman against Graham Hall. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Kevin Baness got the better Pim van Binan by 4 legs to 1. That means he's won Group A, 4 points clear of Graham Hall with just 2 points left to play for. So let's get into the final round of fixtures on this Wednesday afternoon, and it is a meeting between Brian Raman and Graham Hall. Raman with a win here will put himself on to 18 points in the group, and by winning this game, because he's got a 5-leg cushion over Alex Small in terms of leg difference, it would mean that any win for him in this game, 18 points, and the legs difference he would have would be more than enough, because it'd be even if he wins 4-3, he'd be on 18 points plus 9 by way of legs difference. And Alex Small can only get to a maximum of 18 points and plus 7 by way of legs difference in this particular group. So if Brian Raman here beats Graham Hall, then he is in. If Graham Hall wins this particular match, then it will be down to Alex Small to beat Kevin Baness to put himself into Group B, and the score would be irrespective because the man would be on 16 points and he'd just leapfrog straight on that particular demographic. Well, there's the I's dotted and the T's crossed. What are we going to see from this one? 3 more games for you on this Wednesday afternoon.
41. $95. 41. 100. 99. Graham, you require 125.
So 125 for Graham Hall to put the first leg on the board. A bull. Couldn't quite get the 25 to give himself another crack at the bullseye. So Raman will come back here for 80 to take the opening leg.
Quite 80. $60. Graham, you require 48.
So first chance goes begging for Raman in a game that's massive for him.
Game shot on the first leg.
And Hall comes back in his first leg for a while.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
We've seen a very free-flowing Brian Raman in his last couple of games. This one's got a little bit on it, and he knows it.
45.
And he's not quite throwing as quickly, I notice. He's a split second slower, but that means tells me that he's thinking about everything that he's doing here. He desperately wants Group B.
96.
We've watched Kevin Baness in the last game be under a certain amount of pressure to go and finish it off and get himself a couple of days off. We're now seeing Raman in very, very similar pressure because he wants to be in that Group B.
I'm just wondering whether he's just struggling to find a little bit of fluency as well.
85.
He's one of those players, we know if he's in the flow, he does good things, but sometimes
50.
if it's a little bit stop-start, we won't see the best results from him.
No, he's much better when he's 1-0 up with that free-flowing style that he has. It's always good to watch.
93.
And particularly when he's hitting everything that he's going for.
$139. Graham, you require 107.
Both players on a finish after a dozen, but Graham Hall with the darts in this leg will get first poke at the 170, which he's already hit once today. He's not going to do it twice.
Yeah, makes the nice use of that bullseye from
82.
Raman in the visit
Right,
before.
167.
All the more important. So 167 starts on the downward.
83. Graham, you require 88.
So 88 for Graham Hall to open up a 2-0 lead in this contest.
$32. Brian,
Not
require
to be,
84.
but Raman may only get a dart at the bullseye here. Well, he's going to get the bonus, 2 at 12s.
60.
Doesn't get, and so Graham Hall comes
Graham,
back
you
looking at
require
56 to open up a 2-leg lead.
An old darter once told me in the pub, the easiest thing to do is hit doubles after your opponent's had a go at them
On
and
the
missed.
second leg.
And it's happened on both
Graham
occasions here to Raman. He's got there twice,
Third leg, it's
had
Brian.
darts at a double twice,
Game on.
and lost the leg twice. So maybe that old fella told me the right thing.
140.
And certainly this could potentially be music to the ears of Alex Small, who plays Kevin Baness in game 14. Raman loses this. Small wins his last. He will pick Brian to the Group B post.
57. $100. 60. $58.
We do have a situation here where if Raman loses here and Small loses the next game, Raman will still go through into Group B.
94.
I have a feeling that Baness will play with a bit of freedom in the next game, and I reckon that could be a ripper.
$96.
So a man here
Brian, you
looking
require
at 150 to bring it back to 2-1. Oh, you went for the 3 bullseyes.
34. Graham, you require 147.
So Hall looking at 147, not to be. And so Raman back for 116. A shaker there in the background. Didn't quite
95. Brian, you require
tidy it
116.
up as much as he should have. When you want to finish like 150, you should, and he knows as an absolute minimum, if you don't get, you have to leave a 2-darter upon your return. He was unable to do that. Consequently, Graham Hall here is looking at 52 to open up a
45.
3-leg
Graham,
gap
you require
and to
52.
get the double breaker throw. Double 16's what he wants. Double
Game's on the
16's what
third
he
leg.
gets.
Graham Hall.
And Graham Hall opens up a 3-0 lead.
Full flag, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
However, if you think it's as cut and dry as Graham Hall's 3-0 up and he'll just motor through, well, in this group, other things have tended to have happened. But that's a strong start on throw for Graham.
He suffered heartbreak himself today, Graham Hall. He was hoping that he'd done enough to get himself in a position to dictate to what was going on to be top of the group.
140.
And then suffered that heartbreak against Alex Small. Now he's inflicting the heartbreak on Raman, or is he? Because, as we said, Small still has to win that last game of his against
59.
Baness, which is the next game up. So we won't have to wait too long to find out the outcome.
$21.
Well, it's beginning to go wrong for Brian.
There's obviously financial ramifications as well for position you finish in the group.
43.
So every mistake, everything that doesn't go your way tends to cost you in your pocket as well as on the board.
100.
And the fact that the room for manoeuvre will be much less if he does drop into Group C. It's 2 from 6 in comparison to 3 from 5. He will be up at the crack of dawn again tomorrow, as opposed to having a line and enjoying a bit of the Portsmouth air.
Graham, you require 132.
For a few hours on Thursday afternoon. For the match, Channel 19 would have given him another go at the bull.
64. Brian, you require 120.
Was going bull because the first start dragged low, and so Graham Hall is back for the match, looking at 68. Double top, and he only needed one dart, Graham Hall, to win that match. He beats Brian Raman by 4 legs to 0. It means that Alex Small's got opportunity now to get the final Group B spot if he can beat Kevin Baness after the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So we see the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. It's the Modus Super Series. It's Pluto TV. and it's time for another game of darts. And it's a game of darts which has ramifications for Alex Small. A win here against Baness, and he would leap for Brian Raman into third position. The final spot through to Group B tomorrow and Friday night. For Kev, well, this is his final game before he then
it's Kevin to throw
sets
first.
off for a couple
Game
of
on.
days off ahead of Saturday night's finale.
Well, he won't be going down to South Sea Beach to top up on his tan, that's for sure. Because we have what they call
100.
in the trade a bit of light drizzle going on around the area at the minute.
Yeah, it wasn't the
137.
nicest of weathers to drive in. It was a little bit overcast on me little commute in this morning.
60.
Monday, I was in the shades, the whole lot, window down, music on. Oh, it was brilliant.
125.
Yeah, I had to have a light bit of heating on this morning in the car on the way in. Not had that for a few weeks, I can tell you.
85. $137.
And I'm a greatest hits radio listener on the way in as well. I like to know what's going on. Something happens every 4 minutes in the
45. You
UK.
require 102.
Every day. You'll never guess what it is.
Well,
Game shot.
something's happened there, and that's
Alex
a ton
Small.
plus finish for Alex Small. A 102 checkout, 12 data,
Second leg,
some
it's Alex to
starts,
throw first.
and he's in
Game.
no mood to relinquish the position that he finds himself in.
95.
I'll continue on and tell you what that one thing happens every 4 seconds in the UK. It's a parking ticket is issued. Now, if I hadn't been listening to the greatest hits, I would have never known that.
60. $140. $60.
Well, Alex Small here has got off to some start. He knew he needed to win this to get himself in Group B. And
46.
the early indications are that he is just completely outmaneuvering, outpowering Kevin Baness here.
100. $85.
So Small on a finish, 135. How handy can Baness leave this?
100. Alec, you require 135.
135 required.
$75.
I would have liked to have left himself on tops, but that stray dart at the treble 18 in the 4 meant that he wasn't able to do that.
135.
So instead of getting 3 darts
Alec,
at
you
tops
require
now,
60.
he's only going to get 2.
Game
But he
shot
only
the
needs
second
1.
leg. Alex Small.
And that's kind of been his miss this week, hasn't it,
Third leg,
Alec?
it's Kevin to
Low
throw
on the
first.
form and going for the
Game.
18s.
It's the carrot and the donkey situation here, isn't it, for Small? The carrot has been dangled.
140.
He now has to chase it.
Well, opportunity knocking, and he is really, really trying to
81.
force open the door, which Brian Raman left ajar for him.
$43.
Yeah, he was just a little unsettled this morning in that first game against Brian Raman. He knew the importance of it and kind of folded a little
140.
bit. But since then, he's had 3 wins on the bounce, and confidence is high for Small, and he's managed to get it so that destiny, his own destiny, is in his own hands. And rather than hoping that it comes to him. He's making it happen.
180.
He's telling those darts, you are going in there, and that is it. And another 180 for him on the day. It's his first of this particular match.
58.
Oh, what a performance this is.
100.
Average at this present moment in time, 110.76. It's not going to find a second ton plus checkout, though.
And on the other foot, you have to say that Baness has found wins hard to come by today.
$140. Alec, you require 54.
But could this be the dupe touch paper for him? Small really has to go out
Game
here.
shot on the third
nicely
leg.
done.
Alex Small.
A 14 dart leg from Small. Smile
Leg, it's
from
Alec to throw first. Game on.
Baness to Small.
Well, so far, this is the best performance of the week by any player.
92.
And what a time to come up with it. When you need to win to get yourself in Group B. And look at the damage that he is doing against the throw.
140.
That's where he has found himself in the position that he's in. 12 and 14 darters against the throw. 17 darter on throw meant that Baness had to go out in 5 visits, was unable to do so. Hasn't even had a darter double yet as Kev. And to his credit, he's averaging 91.
140.
But Alex Small has just had too much here.
You'd have thought Small with size
98.
15 feet here would be a bit of a slow mover, but you couldn't get further from the truth.
60.
Wonder what he's like at line dancing with those girt feet.
Well, he's got 6 darts here for 186. He hopes to put a
Kevin,
big
you've got
indent in that. And
161.
Kev Baness has had any chance in this game. Looking at 161. And Alex Small's got opportunity to win this game in 7 minutes flat.
45. Alec, you require 52.
Well, this has been a demolition job. 4-0 win against Graham Hall. Followed up by a 4-0 win against Kevin Baness. And we're going to see Alex Small tomorrow night. He's done enough to get himself into Group B at the expense of Brian Raman, and he has saved his best performance for last. An average of 103.66, 4 for 5 in his doubles. It kicked off with a 102. Coming up after the break, Will Binan, Pim van Binan.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series before the break. Alex Small with the performance of the week, 103.66 average in getting the better of Kevin Baness by 4-0. Final game of the group will be against Pim van Binan, the bottom two players in Group A. They will meet again in Group C on Thursday and Friday.
Thursday against Will to throw
And
first.
they can't change
Game
positions.
on.
So Will, regardless, irrespective of what happens here, will finish 5th. Pim van Binan will finish 6th. Both players looking to pick up their first win of the day in their final game of the day. And it is Binan to
97.
get us started.
I can't believe we're at the last game already. It's been a lovely flowing day today. Really enjoyed it.
Well, for Kevin Baness, he's got the luxury
140.
of a couple of days off. Graham Hall and Alex Small will be back tomorrow night to play in Group B.
76.
And it means that Brian Raman's going to be in the afternoon session. And I get the sense, we'll have a look at the groups now. I think Johnny Haynes, obviously the last minute replacement for Martin Adams, I think he will like the
100.
challenge of that particular group. Having a look who else is in action in that group tomorrow. You've got
180.
Alex Williams, Simon Wilkinson. So you'd think, just based on the experience levels, that Brian Raman and Johnny Haynes will have that sizable advantage over the rest of the field, but then that's something that's easier said than
60.
done, isn't it?
Will you require 100?
Yeah, very much so. And Will Binan hits his 5th 180 of the day there. He's actually tops the 180
60.
list of the day of all the players on Wednesday. Doesn't Will look a little bit like Erik ten Hag?
Newly appointed manager of Bayer Leverkusen, Erik ten Hag.
28. Will
Managed
you
to pick
require
up a
88?
couple of trophies during his time at Manchester United. In fact, he's won more trophies at Man United than Mikel Arteta's got for Arsenal. Double 10.
Game
in it
shown
goes.
the first leg.
1-0 Binan.
Will Binan.
Yeah, good news for all the Bournemouth fans out there.
Second
Semenyo
against
has
Pim
signed
to
a new
throw
3-year
first.
extension on his
Game.
contract this morning, saying he absolutely loves being a Bournemouth player and loves the club and the fans and wants to stay forever. What a lovely sentiment. What a lovely sentiment from a great player. Very rare these days.
Have you been reading the BBC
40.
Sport transfer gossip column again?
I might well have had a little time between games too. Yes. I always like to hear what's going on. All cherries
85.
like. We've been having some bad news lately with 1 or 2 players leaving.
Yeah, Conference League final, isn't it, tonight? Chelsea against Real Betis of Spain. Chelsea looking to become the first side to win the
60.
Champions League, Europa League and Conference League.
Let's hope it's a little bit more exciting than the Europa League final.
100. 41. $60. $60.
That's the first time we've seen Van Binan go off balance on his second dart today.
19.
Will throw a lot worse darts than that in his dart in life and score a lot more. That was rather unfortunate.
And it's one of those games where, and we actually, I don't know how it comes out this way because the fixtures are correlated completely randomly, but it feels like more often than not, we end the group with a fixture like this where you have the bottom two going head-to-head with one another. And it's one of those games that both players want to play to fulfill the fixtures, but at the same time,
80.
They want to get out of there as soon as possible and get going for the next group.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly when it's in a situation like this where nobody can go up and down the group. The only thing to take from it is that you want to leave with a win, so that you give yourself a little bit of confidence going into your next group. It'd be nice for either of them to grab a win to go into Group C with tomorrow. You don't want to go in with on the back of a loss, particularly against a guy that you're going to play again twice in the next 2 days. You've already played him 3 times.
57.
The head-to-head, by the way, on these two is 1-1. It was won yesterday by Van Binan, and the first day was won by Binan.
$52. Will you require 100?
So Binan here, looking at a ton to open up a 2-0 lead in the contest. Decided to persevere there with 80
60.
left.
Pin require 53.
So Van Binan back to level this game up at 1 apiece. Double 18, and now across for double 9.
Game shot
Double
the
9's
second
found, and
Pim Van Binan.
we have a level game, 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Will to throw first. Game. $100. $140. $60. $45. $60.
Yeah, prime example there. Once Van
44.
Binan gets his arm right up there and his dart back towards his nose, he's able to release. And I think if he watches this back, Maybe something he may
140.
try to change his setup routine as he goes in. He's concentrating on how he's holding the dart before he even walks to the board. And then he's got into the habit of doing a couple of those sort of bringing the dart back under his chin. And then by the time he gets his elbow up and gets it back
42.
towards
Will
his
you
nose
require
and eye line, that's when he's
141?
able to release. So he wants to try and get that to be his first movement, I would say. But to be able to throw
89.
the standard he is, he hasn't been... He had one bad game early doors where he lost 4-0 to Raman, but he's been 4-3, 4-3, 4-2 ever since. So he's winning legs and he's scoring okay.
$44. Well, we require 52.
But I am no expert in trying to get over dartitis, I will say.
Game show on the third leg. Will Binan.
Binan finds tops and he leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Pim to throw first. Game on.
So these two plays, ADC qualifiers. And at the end of the year, we're going to have the second edition of the ADC Global Championship.
60.
It was me and you in the commentary box, wasn't it, Scotty, when Devon Peterson picked up the title last Christmas?
Yeah, it was. It was a slightly shorter format than it is this time round.
Yeah, very much an extended competition this year, the Global Championship. £150,000 the prize pool, 60 grand for the winner, 56 players in action. Stage 1 sees 56 players take part in 8 groups of 7, top 4 advanced. Stage 2, 32 players will play in 8 groups of 4, with the top player advancing to a grand finals, which will then take place to crown the champion. Who'll pick up that £60,000 purse, and every single group will be completed in one day as well. Just having a look at the qualification for it. The top 4 in the UK Order Merit will get in. The top 4 in the Tour Championship will get in. The Irish Tour Championship. The winners of the majors, the Vaults, National
59.
Finals, the UK and Ireland Classic and the Championship Tour. 12 regional qualifiers will make up the field. There will be last chance qualifiers in Northern Ireland, North England,
140.
South England, and also a seniors qualifier as well. Jensen Walker's qualified because he picked up the Super Series 10 title. The winner of the 2 series to come later on in the year will also get qualification through to it. So plenty of chance for players to be here for the end of year global championship here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's going to be live here
65.
on Pluto TV. And just to clarify as well, the final of that is going to take place in January next year. So after the World Final, we will finish up here with the Global Championship. The confetti will rain down on 1.
60.
Yeah, it was good fun covering that last year, wasn't it, Scott?
Yeah, it was indeed. A very entertaining time indeed here.
60.
Slightly different, as in it wasn't the Super Series, but even though it was a similar format, it still had the excitement to it of being a straight knockout at the end of the week. It was fantastic, and it was nice that our dear buddy, Dev Peterson, came out on top.
Well, 5 of the 8 players that played in that
97.
finals day actually then went on to
135.
get tour cards, including 3 of the 4 semi-finalists, Devon being the exception to that particular rule. Bradley Brooks, Adam
122.
Lipscomb, and Darryl Pilgrim. For 2-2. Triple 18 for the ball. Not to be, and so Binan for the
90.
break. Looks
Well,
at
we
80.
require 80.
Double 10.
60.
And so Van Binan is
Him
back
you
for a
require
level
32.
match.
I thought he was going to get that, Will, because he's done a few of those this week.
Yeah, his pop finishing's been okay.
Game shot on the
But
fourth.
we have a level match, 2-2.
Pim Van Bynen. Fifth leg, it's Will to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, because that semi-final, if I remember rightly, between Bradley
45.
Brooks and Adam Lipscomb, that was an absolute corker, wasn't it? Brad had a big lead in that game, let it slip. Adam got over the line, and prior to his Pro Tour final, the biggest game he ever played in his life.
Yeah, and how often do you see that one of the debutants head over and get a tour card and then within the first few weeks end up in a final?
60.
Be interesting. I haven't got a provisional qualifying table list here, but I'm just going to have a little bit of a surf to see who currently takes... Well, put it this way. If the qualifying criteria stop now,
41.
the UK Order of Merit would see Michael Huntley, Johnny Barnes, who we've seen here in the past get a Saturday, Johnny Haynes and Jack Tweddle qualify.
100.
Then from the Tour Championship, you would have Jack Tweddle. Well, Jack Tweddle would... So it'd actually mean Thomas Banks would get the spot. Carl Wilson, Christian Perez, Graham Hall, Kurt Parry's not far off qualifying.
59.
Basically, what I'm saying is, however it all sorts itself out, we're going to have a very good list of players that will play here.
100.
In fact, actually, you go back to the regionals. You got Thomas Banks, Graham Hall, Johnny Barnes, Barry Copeland, James Welding, Johnny Haynes and Tom Sykes in the qualifying positions.
60.
And then the top two female players will get in as well. That's currently Gemma Hayter and Joe Locke. And our very own Trina
100.
Gulliver's in the top 8 of that particular order of merit.
Yeah, Joe Locke won't be known by many. Played a couple of times for England in the ladies.
$134. Well, we require 96. $56. Pim, you require 147.
So the Crucible finish, a 147 break is potentially up in the offing.
$43. Well, we require...
So Tots are beaten for 3-2.
$20. Pim, you require 104.
For 3-2. Now, earlier on today, he went down for the 16s for this finish. So Beeden will come back. He's going to have a look here with double 10
Well, require 20.
to open up a 3-2 lead in this contest.
$10. Pim, you require 60.
Unfortunate for Will there. A couple of those were good ones. Just crowded it out. Made it difficult for him to hit it. And now Van Binan, which would go down as a bit of a steal in this leg if he hits it.
20. Well, we require.
It's the one thing he's been doing well today, Van Binan. It's just been getting there for him.
No score. Pim, you require.
Oh, they were very close, weren't they? But Van Binan back with 3 more at tops to get the break, which would then give him the darts in the next to win the match. In off.
Game shot. The
First
fifth
two
leg.
darts were such a good guide. Such a good
Sick
guide.
leg,
And Van
it's Pim
Binan
to throw first.
obliges with the last to move 3-2 to the good.
It's a good old game, this one.
100. $24. $140. $11.
Binan here seems to have lost his concentration a little bit after those darts at double that he missed in the last leg. I'm sure inside he's feeling lower than ditch water in the month of June. For those that don't farm, there's not a lot of water in ditches in June and July.
I mentioned at the beginning of the game, it's one of those matches that both players are playing to fulfill, but their minds mentally will be in tomorrow. It'll be in tomorrow, playing that Group C, clean slate,
45.
0 points, going afresh again.
164.
Yeah, absolutely. It has to be. It has to be. We've seen enough from Binan this week to know that he can challenge on his good games. He can challenge to get out of that Group C. There's no two ways about it. He has the game.
I think he would have gone for the bull as well if he found the second treble there, Pim. But what he has done, look, he's on double 14 after 12. This could be some way to finish up.
$60.
So this to
28.
wrap it up. Double 14. He hasn't won a game today, his Pim, and you can understand the motion and the moment that he's going through at this particular moment in time. But he gets a win there, and it is a win a day for Pim Van Binan. He gets the better of Will Binan by 4 legs to 2. That rounds off the afternoon's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're going to have some reaction and analysis in a few moments' time in the studio.
For the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
A Bosch. 5 bases
Super Series. This is what we have seen on this Wednesday afternoon. Kevin Baness winning Group A in the end. Alex Small and Graham Hall both in Group B when it comes to Thursday and Friday's action. So that's how the day finished. Let's have a look at the table then. This is how it all ended up. Kevin Baness, as you can see, winning the group in the end by just 2 points. You had to sweat it out a little bit there. Graham Hall and Alex Small, the two players in Group B. Brian Raman dropping into Group C. Will Beaton and Pim van Binan, the bottom two players in the group. We've been watching all the darts today in the company of the 2015 World Champion Scott Mitchell. And look, first word's got to go to Kevin Baness. I know today was a struggle for him, but look, he got the job done, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, he did all the damage in the first 2 days, didn't he? He did everything he needed to do. It was a case of just limping over the line today, and basically that's what he did. He got the first win under his belt, and then the second one just seemed to take for age for him to happen. But he's got over the line. It would have been a major disaster had he not done so. He's got a couple of days off. He can recoup, rest up, and be ready for Saturday night.
Graham Hall tried his best, tried to put as much pressure on as possible, beat Graham Hall with that 170 finish, but it was just too big a margin in the end, wasn't it?
It was. I think maybe one game on either of the other days would have been enough for him, but it wasn't meant to be. He goes into Group B now and looks very good to be coming out of that, doesn't he? Because he's in tidy nick. He's finished the week off really well.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then. This is how the rest of the week looks. Now, reminder of the news, of course, we broke to you earlier on. Martin Adams has withdrawn from the competition, so Johnny Haynes has come in to his place. Him and Brian Raman will probably look at that Group C, and I mean this with absolute respect to every other player that's in there. But you look at Alex Williams, Simon Wilkinson, both going to make debuts. Will Beaton and Pim van Binan, both debutants themselves. How key could their experience be going into tomorrow's session?
I think it could be a major help, but they've got to try and get over today first, because there is a little bit of a disappointment, particularly with the last game. We'll losing it. Obviously, Pim will go in with a bit more sort of a happier player than what he finished today. But I'm not sure who's going to go through from that Group C. I think it's really tight. Sometimes being a debutant is an advantage, and you don't really know what to expect, and you just go through the motions, and sometimes it goes your way.
Does Brian Raman go off favourite in that group in your eyes?
Yeah, definitely. He's been here enough times now. He knows how to play each group. He knows he's got to get off to a good start. And if he can get a couple of wins under his belt early doors, we know he's a runner.
And, of course, Group B we'll see tomorrow night as well. I haven't got enough time to talk about it now, but interesting to see how John O'Shea gets on, how the likes of Jamie Owens gets on. He's been in a few finals, and Jamie Lewis is going to be back as well. We'll see that tomorrow night. Scott, thank you so much for your company over the course of the last 3 days. We shall, I'm sure, do it again very, very soon. Right, plenty coming up across Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series channel. Now, we've got a brand new programme coming up for you next. It's called Break of Throw. Easy for me to say. And it centres on players who have hit 9 darters in this building. We're going to be having a look at Conor Heenahan. We're going to have a look at Fallon Sherritt. We're going to have a look at Jared Cole as part of that particular documentary series. Michael Smith's going to be the attention when it comes to the story of. That's coming up around about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Double session worth of darts. 1 o'clock we get underway with Group C, 10 o'clock Group B, and of course it'll build up to that crescendo Saturday night from 7:30, finals night to see who's going to join Jess Smith and Scott Taylor through to Saturday's finals. That's it from us. Kevin Baness, he was the best. He's the winner of Group A. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harry!